She saw Leo Alford shoot an angry glance at his father. Mrs. Wolfstein nodded and smiled at her from the opposite box, and it struck Lady Holm that her smile was more definitely malicious than usual, and that her large black eyes were full of a sort of venomous anticipation. Mrs. Wolfstein had at all times an almost frightfully expressive face. Tonight it had surely discarded every shred of reticence, and proclaimed an eager expectation of something which Lady Holm could not divine, but which must surely be very disagreeable to her. What could it possibly be? And was it in any way connected with Miss Schley's anxiety that she should be there that night? She began to wish that the American would appear, but Miss Schley had nothing to do in the first act till near the end, and then had only one short scene to bring down the curtain. Lady Holm knew this because she had seen the play in Paris. She thought the American version very dull. The impropriety had been removed, and with it all the fun. People began to yawn and to assume the peculiar blank expression, the bankrupt face, that is indicative of waned anticipation. Only the Americans who had seen the piece in New York preserved their lively looks and an appearance of being on the qui vive. Lord Holmes's blunt brown features gradually drooped, seemed to become definitely elongated. As time went on he really began to look almost lantern-jawed. He bent forward and tried to catch Mr. Laycock's eye and to telegraph an urgent question, but only succeeded in meeting the surly blue eyes of Leo Alford, whom he met tonight for the first time. In his despair he turned towards Mrs. Leo, and at once encountered the envelope. He glanced at it with apprehension, and, after a moment of vital hesitation, was about to pour into it the provender, "Have you any notion when she's coming on?" when there was a sudden rather languid slapping of applause, and he jerked round hastily to find Miss Schley already on the stage and welcomed without any of the assistance which he was specially there to give. He lifted belated hands, but met a glance from his wife which made him drop them silently. There was a satire in her eyes, a sort of humorous, half-urging patronage that pierced the hide of his self-satisfied and lethargic mind. She seemed sitting there ready to beat time to his applause, nod her head to it as to a childish strain of jigging music. And this apparent preparation for a semi-comic, semi-pitiful benediction sent his hands suddenly to his knees. He stared at the stage. Miss Schley was looking wonderfully like Viola, he thought, on the instant, more like than she did in real life, like Viola gone to the bad, though become a very reticent, yet very definite, cocotte. There was not much in the scene, but Miss Schley, without apparent effort and with a profound demureness, turned the dullness of it into something that was, not French, certainly not that, but that was quite as outrageous as the French had been, though in a different way, something without definite nationality, but instinct with the slyness of acute and unscrupulous womankind. The extraordinary thing was the marvellous resemblance this acute and unscrupulous womanhood bore to Lady Holmes, even through all its obvious difference from hers. All her little mannerisms of voice, look, manner and movement, were there but turned towards commonness, even towards a naive but very self-conscious impropriety. Had she been a public performer instead of merely a woman of the world, the whole audience must have at once recognized the imitation. As it was, her many friends in the house noticed it, and during the short progress of the scene various heads were turned in her direction, various faces glanced up at the big box in which she sat, leaning one arm on the ledge, and looking towards Miss Schley with an expression of quiet observation, a little indifferent, on her white face. Even Sir Donald, who was next to her, and who once, in the most definite moment of Miss Schley's ingenious travesty, looked at her for an instant, could not discern that she was aware of what was amusing or enraging all her acquaintances. Naturally she had grasped the situation at once, had discovered at once why Miss Schley was anxious for her to be there. As she sat in the box looking on at this gross impertinence, she seemed to herself to be watching herself after a long degringolade, which had brought her, not to the gutter, but to the smart restaurant, the smart music hall, the smart night club, the smart everything else that is beyond the borderland of even a lax society. This was Miss Schley's comment upon her. The sting of it lay in this fact, that it followed immediately upon the heels of the unpleasant scene at Uckle House. Otherwise, she thought it would not have troubled her. Now it did trouble her. She felt not only indignant with Miss Shelley. She felt also secretly distressed in a more subtle way. Miss Shelley's performance was calculated, coming at this moment, to make her world doubtful just when it had been turned from doubt. A good caricature fixes the attention upon the oddities, or the absurdities, latent in the original. But this caricature did more. It suggested hidden possibilities which she, by her own indiscreet action at the ball, had made perhaps to seem probabilities to many people. Here, before her friends, was set a woman strangely like her, but evidently a bad woman. Lady Holm was certain that the result of Miss Shelley's performance would be that were she to do things now which, done before the Uckle House ball and this first night, would not have been noticed, or would have been merely smiled at, they would be commented upon with acrimony, exaggerated, even condemned. Miss Shelley was turning upon her one of those mirrors which distorts by enlarging. Society would be likely to see her permanently distorted, and not only in mannerisms but in character. It happened that this fact was specially offensive to her on this particular evening, and at this particular moment of her life. While she sat there and watched the scene run its course, and saw, without seeming to see, the effect it had upon those whom she knew well in the house, saw Mrs. Wulfstein's eager delight in it, Lady Manby's broad amusement, Robin Pierce's carefully controlled indignation, Mr. Blythe's sardonic and always cold gratification, Lady Cardington's surprised, half-tragic wonder, she was oscillating between two courses, one a course of reserve, of stern self-control and abnegation, the other course of defiance, of reckless indulgence of the strong temper that dwelt within her, and that occasionally showed itself for a moment, as it had on the evening of Miss Filbert's fiasco. That temper was flaming now unseen. Was she going to throw cold water over the flame, or to fan it? She did not know. When the curtain fell, the critics, who sometimes seem to enjoy personally what they call very sad and disgraceful in print, were smiling at one another. The blank faces of the men about town in the stalls were shining almost unctuously. The smart Americans were busily saying to everyone, "Didn't we say so?" The whole house was awake. Miss Shelley might not be much of an actress. Numbers of people were already bustling about to say that she could not act at all. But she had banished dullness. She had shut the yawning lips, and stopped that uneasy cough which is the expression of the relaxed mind rather than of the relaxed throat. Lady Holmes sat back a little in the box. "What do you think of her?" she said to Sir Donald. "I'll think she's rather piquant, not anywhere near Grania, of course, but still I think her performance entirely odious," he said, with an unusual emphasis that was almost violent. "Entirely odious." He got up from his seat, striking his thin fingers against the palms of his vulgar and offensive, he said, almost as if to himself, and with a sort of passion. Vulgar and offensive. Suddenly he turned away and went out of the box. "I say," Lady Holm, who had been watching Sir Donald's disordered exit, looked round to Leo. "I say," he repeated. "What's up with Pater? He doesn't seem to be enjoying the play." Leo Alford looked unusually grave, even thoughtful, as if he were pondering over some serious question. He kept his blue eyes fixed upon Lady Holm. At last he said, in a voice much lower than usual, "Poor chap." "Who's a chap?" Leo jerked his head towards the door. "Your father?" "Why? Why, at his age?" The last words were full of boyish contempt. "I don't understand." "Yes, you do. To be like that at his age. What's the good?" As if, he smiled slowly at her. "I'm glad I'm young," he said. "I'm glad you're young too," she answered. "But you're quite wrong about Sir Donald." She let her eyes rest on his. He shook his head. "No, I'm not. I guessed it that day at the Carlton. All through lunch he looked at you." But what has all this to do with Miss Schley's performance? Because she's something like you, but low down, where you'd never hear. Drew his chair a little closer to hers. Would you? He added, almost in a whisper. Mr. Who was in raptures over Miss Schley's performance, had got up to speak to Fritz, but found the latter being steadily hypnotized by Mrs. Leo's limpet, which went up towards his mouth whenever he opened it. He bellowed distracted nothings but could not make her hear, obtaining no more fortunate result than a persistent flutter of pink eyelids, and a shrill, reiterated the what? The what? A sharp tap came presently on the box door, and Mrs. Wolfstein's painted face appeared. Lord Holmes sprang up with undisguised relief. What do you think of Pimpernel? Ah, Mr. Laycock, I heard your faithful Hans. Stunnin', roared Lord Holmes, simply stunnin'. Stunnin'? Stunnin', exclaimed Mr. Laycock, rippin'. There's no other word. Simply rippin'. The what? The what? Cried Mrs. Alford. Mrs. Wolfstein bent down, with expansive affection, over Lady Holmes' chair, and clasped the left hand which Lady Holmes carelessly raised to a level with her shoulder. You dear person! Nice of you to come, and in such a gown too. The angels wear white lace thrown together by Victorine. It is Victorine? I was certain, I'm sure. Do you like Pimpernel? Her two lustrous eyes, even Mrs. Wolfstein's eyes looked overdressed, devoured Lady Holmes, and her large, curving features were almost riotously interrogative. Yes, Lady Holmes said. Quite. She's startled everybody. Oh, well, she has. There's money in it, don't you think? Henry, who had accompanied his wife, and who was standing sideways at the back of the box looking like a thief in the night, came a step forward at the mention of money. I'm afraid I'm no judge of that. Your husband would know better. Plenty of money, said Henry in a low voice that seemed to issue from the bridge of his nose. It ought to bring a good 6,000 into the house for the 4 weeks. That's, for Miss Schley, for the syndicate, 10%. On the gross, and 25%. He found himself in mental arithmetic. The swan with the golden eggs, said Lady Holmes, lightly, turning once more to Leo Alford. You mustn't kill Miss Schley. Mrs. Wolfstein looked at Mr. Laycock and murmured to him, Pimpernel does any killing that's going about, for herself. What d'you say, Frankie? They went out of the box together, followed by Henry, who was still buzzing calculations, like a Jewish bee. Lord Holmes resolutely tore himself from the ear trumpet, and was preparing to follow, with the bellowed excuse that he was suffering from toothache and had been ordered to do as much smoking as possible, when the curtain rose on the second act. Miss Schley was engaged to a supper party that evening and did not wish to be late. Lord Holmes sat down again, looking scarcely pleasant. Do as much, the what? Cried Mrs. Alford, holding the trumpet at right angles to her pink face. Leo Alford leant backwards and hissed hush at her. She looked at him and then at Lady Holmes, and a sudden expression of old age came into her bird-like face and seemed to overspread her whole body. She dropped the trumpet and touched the diamonds that glittered in the front of her low gown with trembling hands. Mr. Laycock slipped into the box when the curtain had been up 2 or 3 minutes, but Sir Donald did not return. I believe he's bolted, Leo whispered to Lady Holmes. Just like him. Why? Oh, I'm here, for one thing. He looked at her victoriously. You'll have a letter from him tomorrow. Poor old chap. He spoke contemptuously. For the first time Lord Holmes seemed consciously and unfavourably observant of his wife and Leo. His underjaw began to move. But Miss Schley came onto the stage again, and he turned his head eagerly forward. During the rest of the evening Miss Schley did not relax her ingenious effects of mimicry, but she took care not to make them too prominent. She had struck her most resonant note in the first act, and during the 2 remaining acts she merely kept her impersonation to its original lines. Lady Holm watched the whole performance imperturbably, but before the final curtain fell she knew that she was not going to throw cold water on that flame which was burning within her. Fritz's behaviour, perhaps, decided which of the two actions should be carried out, the douching or the fanning. Possibly Leo Alford had something to say in the matter too. Or did the faces of friends below in the stalls play their part in the silent drama which moved step by step with the spoken drama on the stage? Lady Holm did not ask questions of herself. When Mr. Laycock and Fritz were furiously performing the duties of a clack at the end of the play, she got up smiling, and nodded to Mrs. Wolfstein in token of her pleasure in Miss Schley's success, her opinion that it had been worthily earned. As she nodded she touched one hand with the other, making a silent applause that Mrs. Wolfstein and all her friends might see. Then she let Leo Alford put on her cloak and called pretty words down Mrs. Leo's trumpet, all the while nearly deafened by Fritz's demonstrations, which even outran Mr. Laycock's. When at last they died away she said to Leo, "We are going on to the Elwins. Shall you be there?" He stood over her, while Mrs. Alford watched him, drooping her head sideways. "Yes. We can talk it all over quietly." "Fritz." "What's that about the Elwins?" said Lord Holm. "I was telling Mr. Alford that we are going on there." "I'm not. Never heard of it." Lady Holm was on the point of retorting that it was he who had told her to accept the invitation on the ground that the Elwins always do you better than anyone in London, whether they are second-raters or not, but a look in Leo Alford's eyes checked her. "Very well," she said. "Go to the club if you like, but I must peep in for 5 minutes. Mrs. Alford, didn't you think Miss Schley rather delicious?" She went out of the box with one hand on a pink arm, talking gently into the trumpet. "You going to the Elwins?" said Lord Holm, gruffly, to Leo Alford as they got their coats and prepared to follow. "Depends on my wife. If she's done up, all," said Lord Holm, striking a match, and holding out his cigarette case, regardless of regulations. A momentary desire to look in at the Elwins possessed him. Then he thought of a supper penny and forgot it. Chapter 11. Mrs. Wolfstein was right. There was money in Miss Schley's performance. Her sly impropriety appealed with extraordinary force to the peculiar respectability characteristic of the British temperament, and her celebrity, hitherto mainly social, was suddenly and enormously increased. Already a popular person, she became a popular actress, and was soon as well known to the world in the streets and the suburbs as to the world in the drawing-rooms of Mayfair. And this public celebrity greatly increased the value that was put upon her in private, especially the value put upon her by men. The average man adores being connected openly with the woman who is the rage of the moment. It flatters his vanity and makes him feel good all over. It even frequently turns his head and makes him almost as intoxicated as a young girl with adulation received at her first ball. The combination of Miss Schley herself and Miss Schley's celebrity, or notoriety, had undoubtedly turned Lord Holm's head. Perhaps he had not the desire to conceal the fact. Snidely he had not the finesse. He presented his turned head to the world with an audacious simplicity that was almost laughable, and that had in it an element of boyishness not wholly unattractive to those who looked on, the casual ones to whom even the tragedies of a highly civilized society bring but a quiet and cynical amusement. Lady Holm was not one of these. Her strong temper was token of a vivid temperament. Till now this vivid temperament had been rocked in the cradle of an easy, a contented, a very successful life. Such storms as had come to her had quickly passed away. The sun had never been far off. Her egoism had been constantly flattered. Her will had been perpetually paramount. Even the tyranny of Lord Holm had been but as the tyranny of a selfish, thoughtless, pleasure-seeking boy who, after all, was faithful to her and was fond of her. His temperamental indifference to any feelings but his own had been often concealed and overlaid by his strong physical passion for his wife's beauty, his profound satisfaction in having carried off and in possessing a woman admired and sought by many others. Suddenly life presented to Lady Holm its seamy side, fate attacking her in her woman's vanity, her egoism, even in her love. The vision startled. The blow stung. She was conscious of confusion, of cloud, then of a terrible orderliness, of a clear light. In the confusion she seemed to hear voices never heard before, voices that dared to jeer at her, in the cloud to see phantoms of gigantic size menacing her, impending over her. The orderliness, the clear light were more frightful to her. They left less to her imagination, had, as it were, no edges. In them she faced a definite catastrophe, saw it whole, as one sees a near object in the magical atmosphere of the East, outlined with burning blue, quivering with relentless gold. She saw herself in the dust, pelted, mocked at it. That seemed at first to be incredible. But she saw it so plainly that she could not even pretend to herself that she was deceived by some unusual play of light or combination of shadows. What she saw was, her husband had thrown off his allegiance to her and transferred his admiration, paid lapse his affection, to the woman who had most deftly and delicately insulted her in the face of all her world. And he had done this with the most abominable publicity. That was what she saw in a clear light like the light of the East. That was what sent a lash across her temperament, scanning it perhaps, but waking it into all it could ever have of life. In each woman there is hidden a second woman, more fierce and tender, more evil and good, more strong and fervent than the woman who hides her in the ordinary hours of life, a woman who weeps blood where the other woman weeps tears, who strikes with a flaming sword where the other woman strikes with a willow wand. This woman now rose up in Lady Holm, rose up to do battle. The laughing, frivolous world was all unconscious of her. Lord Holm was unconscious of her. But she was at last fully conscious of herself. This woman remembered Robin Pierce's odd belief and the light words with which she had chastised it. He had persistently kept faith in, and sought for, a faraway being. But she was a being of light and glory. His kernel of the husk was still a siren, but a siren with a heart, with an exquisite imagination, with a fragrance of dreams about her, a lilt of ephemeral music in her voice, the beaming wonder of things unearthly in her eyes. Poor Robin! Lady Holm found it in her heart to pity him as she realized herself, but then she turned her pity aside and concentrated it elsewhere. The egoism of her was not dead, though the hidden woman had sprung up in vivid life. Her intellect was spurred into energy by the suffering of her pride and of her heart. Memory was restless and full of the passion of recall. She remembered the night when she softly drew up the hood of her dressing gown above her head and, rocking herself to and fro, murmured the Allah Akbar of a philosophic fatalist, "I will live for the day. I will live for the night." What an absurd patter that was on the lips of a woman! And she remembered the conversation with Fritz that had preceded her monologue. She had asked him then whether he could love her if her beauty were taken from her. It had never occurred to her that while her beauty still remained her spell upon him might be weakened, might be broken. That it was broken now she did not say to herself. All she did say to herself was that she must strike an effective blow against this impertinent woman. She had some pride but not enough to keep her passive. She was not one of those women who would rather lose all they have than struggle to keep it. She meant to struggle, but she had no wish that the world should know what she was doing. Pride rose in her when she thought of cold eyes watching the battle, cold voices commenting on it, Amalia Wulfstein's eyes, Mr. Blythe's voice, 100 other eyes and voices. Her quickened intellect, her woman's heart would teach her to be subtle. The danger lay in her temper. But since the scene at Uckle House she had thoroughly realized its impetuosity and watched it warily as one watches an enemy. She did not intend to be blind by anything within her. The outside chances of life were many enough and deadly enough to deal with. Strength and daring were needed to ward them off. The chances that had their origin within the soul, the character, not really chances at all, must be controlled, foreseen, forestalled. And yet she had not douched the flame of defiance which she had felt burning within her on the night of Pimpernel Shelley's first appearance on the London stage. She had fanned it. At the Elwyn's ball she had fanned it. Temper had led her that night. Deliberately, and knowing perfectly well who was her guide, she had let it lead her. She had been like a human being who says, "To do this will be a sin. Very well, I choose to sin. But I will sin carefully." At the Elwyns she had discovered why her husband had not come with her. She had stayed late to please Leo Alford. Mr. Laycock had come in about 2 in the morning and had described to Leo the festivity devised by Lord Holm in honour of Miss Shelley, at which he had just been present. And Leo Alford had repeated the description to her. She had deceived him into thinking that she had known of the supper party and approved of it. But, after this deception, she had given a looser rein to her temper. She had let herself go, careless whether she set the poor pink eyelids of Mrs. Leo fluttering or not. The hint of Fritz which she recognized in Leo Alford had vaguely attracted her to him from the first. How her world would have laughed at such a domestic sentiment! She found herself wondering whether it were Miss Shelley's physical resemblance to her which had first attracted Fritz, the touch of his wife in a woman who was not his wife and who was what men call rascal. Perhaps Fritz loved Miss Shelley's imitation of her. She thought a great deal about that, turning it over and over in her mind, bringing to bear on it the white light of her knowledge of her husband's character. Did he see in the American his wife transformed, made common, sly, perhaps wicked, set on the outside edge of decent life, or further, over the border? And did he delight in that? If so, ought she not to? Then her mind was busy. Should she change? If herself changed were his ideal, why not give him what he wanted? Why let another woman give it to him? But at this point she recognized a fact recognized by thousands of women with exasperation, sometimes with despair, that men would often hate in their wives the thing that draws them to women, not their wives. The Pimpernel Sheleys of the world know this masculine propensity of seeking different things, opposites, even, in the wife and the woman beyond the edge of the hearthstone, a propensity perhaps more tragic to wives than any other that exists in husbands. And having recognized this fact, Lady Holm knew that it would be worse than useless for her to imitate Miss Shelley's imitation of her. Then, travelling along the road of thought swiftly as women in such a case always travel, she reached another point. She began to consider the advice of Robin Pierce, given before she had begun to feel with such intensity, to consider it as a soldier might consider a plan of campaign drawn up by another. Should she, instead of descending, of following the demure steps of the American to the lower places, strive to ascend? Could she ascend? Was Robin Pierce right? She thought for a long time about his conception of her. The singing woman, would she be the most powerful enemy that could confront Miss Shelley? And, if she would be, could the singing woman be made continuous in the speech and the actions of the life without music? She remembered a man she had known who stammered when he spoke, but never stammered when he sang. And she thought she resembled this man. Robin Pierce had always believed that she could speak without the stammer even as she sang without it. She had never cared to. She had trusted absolutely in her beauty. Now her trust was shaken. She thought of the crutch. Realizing herself, she had said within herself, "Poor Robin, seeing perhaps the tigress where he saw the angel." Now she asked herself whether the angel could conquer where the tigress might fail. People had come round her like beggars who have heard the chink of gold, and she had showed them an empty purse. Could she show them something else? And if she could, would her husband join the beggars? Would he care to have even one piece of gold? Whether Lord Holm's obvious infatuation had carried him very far she did not know. She did not stop to ask. A woman capable, as she was, of retrospective jealousy, an egoist accustomed to rule, buffeted in heart and pride, is swift not sluggish. And then how can one know these things? Jealousy rushes because it is ignorant. Lord Holm and she were apparently on good terms. She was subtle, he was careless. As she did not interfere with him, his humour was excellent. She had carried self-control so far as never to allude to the fact that she knew about the supper penny. Yet it had actually got into the papers. Paragraphs had been written about a wonderful ornament of ice, representing the American eagle perched on the wrist of a glittering maiden, which had stood in the middle of the table. Of course she had seen them, and of course Lord Holm thought she had not seen them, as she had never spoken of them. He went his way rejoicing, and there seemed to be sunshine in the Cadogan Square house. And meanwhile the world was smiling at the apparent triumph of impertinence, and wondering how long it would last, how far it would go. The few who were angry, Sir Donald was one of them, were in a mean minority. Robin Pierce was angry too, but not with so much single-heartedness as was Sir Donald. It could not quite displease him if the homes drifted apart. Yet he was fond enough of Lady Holm, and he was subtle enough to be sorry for any sorrow of hers, and to understand it, at any rate, partially, without much explanation. Perhaps he would have been more sorry if Leo Ulford had not come into Lady Holm's life, and if the defiance within her had not driven her into an intimacy that distressed Mrs. Leo and puzzled Sir Donald. Robin's time in London was very nearly at an end. The season was at its height. Every day was crowded with engagements. It was almost impossible to find a quiet moment even to give to a loved one. But Robin was determined to have at least 1 hour with Lady Holm before he started for Italy. He told her so, and begged her to arrange it. She put him off again and again, then at last made an engagement, then broke it. In her present condition of mind, to break faith with a man was a pleasure with a bitter savour. But Robin was not to be permanently avoided. He had obstinacy. He meant to have his hour, and perhaps Lady Holm always secretly meant that he should have it. At any rate, she made another appointment and kept it. She came one afternoon to his house in Half Moon Street. She had never been there before. She had never meant to go there. To do so was an imprudence. That fact was another of the pleasures with a bitter savour. Robin met her at the head of the stairs, with an air of still excitement not common in his look and bearing. He followed her into the blue room where Sir Donald had talked with Carey. The danseuse de Tunisie still presided over it, holding her little marble fan. The open fireplace was filled with roses. The tea table was already set by the great square couch. Robin shut the door and took out a matchbox. "I am going to make tea," he said. Bachelor fashion. She sat down on the couch and looked round quickly, taking in all the details of the room. He saw her eyes rest on the woman with the fan, but she said nothing about it. He lit a silver spirit lamp and then sat down beside her. At last, he said. Lady Holm leaned back in her corner. She was dressed in black, with a small, rather impertinent black tea-sleeve, in which one pale blue wing of a bird stood up. Her face looked gay and soft, and Robin, who had cunning, recognized that quality of his in her. "I oughtn't to be here." Absurd. Why not? Fritz has a jealous temperament. She spoke with a simple naturalness that moved the diplomat within him to a strong admiration. "You can act far better than Miss Schley," he said, with intentional bluntness. "I love her acting. I'm going away. I shan't see you for an age. Don't give me a theatrical performance today." Can a woman do anything else? Yes. She can be a woman. That's stupid, or terrible. What a dear little lamp that is. I like your room. Robin looked at the blue-grey linen on the walls, at the pale blue wing in her hat, then at her white face. "Viola," he said, leaning forward, "it's bad to waste anything in this life, but the worst thing of all is to waste unhappiness. If I could teach you to be niggardly of your tears." "What do you mean?" She spoke with sudden sharpness. "I never cry." "Nothing's worth a tear," she added. "Yes, some things are. But not what you are going to weep for." Her face had changed. The gaiety had gone out of it, and it looked hesitating. You think I am going to shed tears, she said. Why? I am glad you let me tell you. For the loss of nothing, a coin that never came out of the mint, that won't pass current anywhere. I've lost nothing, she exclaimed. Nothing? You're talking nonsense. He made no reply, but looked at the small, steady flame of the lamp. She followed his eyes, and, when he saw that she was looking at it too, he said, Isn't a little, steady flame like that beautiful? She laughed. When it means tea, yes. Does it mean tea? If you can wait a few minutes. I suppose I must. Have you heard anything of Mr. Carey? Robin looked at her narrowly. What made you think of him just then? I don't know. Being here, I suppose. He often comes here, doesn't he? Then this holds more of his personality than of mine. There was an undersound of vexation in his voice. Have you heard anything? No. But no doubt he's still in the north with his mother. How domestic. I hope there is a stool of repentance in the family house. I wonder if you could ever repent of anything? Do you think there is anything I ought to repent of? Oh, yes. What? You might have married a man who knew the TNLTH of you, and you married a man incapable of ever knowing it. He half expected an outburst of anger to follow his daring speech, but she sat quite still, looking at him steadily. She had taken off her gloves, and her hands lay lightly, one resting on the other. You mean, I might have married you? I'm not worth much, but at least I could never have betrayed the white angel in you. She leaned towards him and spoke earnestly, almost like a child to an older person in whom it has faith. Do you think such an angel could do anything in this sort of world? Modern London? She nodded, keeping her eyes still on him. He guessed at once of what she was thinking. Do anything is rather vague, he replied evasively. What sort of thing? Suddenly she threw off all reserve and let her temper go. If an angel was striving with a common American, do you mean to tell me you don't know which would go to the wall in our world? She cried. Robin, you may be 1,000 things, but you aren't a fool. Nor am I, not or fond. And yet I have thought, I have wondered, she stopped. What? He asked. Whether, if there is an angel in me, it mightn't be as well to trot it out. The self-consciousness of the slang prevented him from hating it. All, he said. When have you wondered? Lately. It's your fault. You have insisted so much upon the existence of the celestial being that at last I've become almost credulous. It's very absurd and I'm still hanging back. Call credulity belief and you needn't be ashamed of it. And if I believe, what then? Then 1,000 things. Belief sheds strength through all the tissues of the mind, the heart, the temperament. Disbelief sheds weakness. The one knits together, the other dissolves. There are people who think angels frightfully boring company. I know. Well then. Suddenly Robin got up and spoke almost brutally. Do you think I don't see that you are trying to find out from me what I think would be the best means of? The look in her face stopped him. I think the water is boiling, he said, going over to the lamp. It ought to bubble, she answered quietly. He lifted up the lid of the silver bowl and peeped in. It is bubbling. For a moment he was busy pouring the water into the teapot. While he did this there was a silence between them. Lady Holm got up from the sofa and walked about the room. When she came to the Danseuse de Tunisie she stopped in front of it. How strange that fan is, she said. Robin shut the lid of the teapot and came over to her. Do you like it? The fan? The whole thing? It's lovely, but I fancy it would have been lovelier without the fan. Why? She considered, holding her head slightly on one side and half closing her eyes. The woman's of eternity, but the fan's of a day, she said presently. It belittles her, I think. It makes her chic when she might have been." She stopped. "Throw away your fan," he said in a low, eager voice. "Yes. Be the woman, the eternal woman. You've never been her yet, but you could be. Now is the moment." "You're unhappy." "No," she said sharply. "Yes, you are. Viola, don't imagine I can't understand. You care for him and he's hurting you by being just himself, all he can ever be. It's the fan he cares for. And you tell me to throw it away." She spoke with sudden passion. They stood still for a moment in front of the statuette, looking at each other silently. Then Robin said, with a sort of bitter surprise, "But you can't love him like that." "I do." It gave her an odd, sharp pleasure to speak the truth to him. "What are you going to do, then?" he asked, after a pause. He spoke without emotion, accepting the situation. "To do? What do you mean?" "Come and sit down. I'll tell you." He took her hand and led her back to the sofa. When she had sat down, he poured out tea, put in cream and gave it to her. "Nothing to eat," she said. He poured out his tea and sat down in a chair opposite to her, and close to her. "May I dare to speak frankly?" he asked. "I've known you so long, and I've loved you so much, and I still do." "Go on," she answered. "You thought your beauty was everything, that so long as it lasted you were safe from unhappiness. Well, today you are beautiful, and yet, but what does he care for?" she said. "What do men care for? You pretend that it's something romantic, something good even. Really, it's impudent, just that, cold and impudent. You're a fool, Robin, you're a fool." "Am I? Thank God there are men, and men." "You can't be what," Carey said. For once he had spoken incautiously. He had blurted out something he never meant to say. "Mr. Carey," she exclaimed quickly, curiously. "What did Mr. Carey say I was?" 011, no, Robin, you are to tell me. No diplomatic lies." A sudden, almost brutal desire came into him to tell her the truth, to revel in plain speaking for once, and to see how she would bear it. "He said you were an egoist, that you were fine enough in your brilliant selfishness to stand quite alone." A faint smile moved the narrow corners of her lips at the last words. He went on. "That your ideal of a real man, the sort of man a woman loses her head for, was—" He stopped. Carey's description of the Lord Holm and Leo Alford type had not been very delicate. "Was," she said, with insistence. "Was." Robin thought how she had hurt him, and said, Carey said, "a huge mass of bones, muscles, thews, sinews, that cares nothing for beauty." "Beauty? That doesn't care for beauty." "But then?" Carey meant, yes, I'm sure Carey meant real beauty. "What do you mean by real beauty?" "An inner light that radiates outward, but whose abiding place is hidden, perhaps. But one can't say. One can only understand and love." "Oh. And Mr. Carey said that. Was he at all that evening as he was at Uckle House? Was he talking nonsense or was he serious? Difficult to say. But he was not as he was at Uckle House. Which knows you best, Carey or I?" "Neither of you. I don't know myself." "What are you going to do?" "I don't know. The only thing I know is that you can't tell me what to do." "No, I can't. But perhaps I can tell you." She put down her cup and looked at him with a sort of grave kindness that he had never seen in her face before. "What to do?" "Yes." "Well, give up loving the White Angel. Perhaps it isn't there. Perhaps it doesn't exist. And if it does, perhaps it's a poor, feeble thing that's no good to me, no good to me. Suddenly she put her arms on the back of the couch, leaned her face on them and began to cry gently. Robin was terribly startled. He got up, stretched out his hands to her in an impulsive gesture, then drew them back, turned and went to the window. She was crying for Fritz. That was absurd and horrible. Yet he knew that those tears came from the heart of the hidden woman he had so long believed in, proved her existence, showed that she could love. Chapter 12. As Lady Holm had foreseen, the impertinent mimicry of Miss Shelley concentrated a great deal of attention upon the woman mimicked. Many people, accepting the American's cleverness as a fashionable fact, also accepted her imitation as the imitation of a fact more surreptitious, and credited Lady Holm with a secret leading towards the improper never before suspected by them. They remembered the break between the Holmes and Carey, the strange scene at the Uckle House ball, and began to whisper many things of Lady Holm, and to turn a tide of pity and of sympathy upon her husband. On this tide Lord Holm and the American might be said to float merrily like corks, unabashed in the eye of the sun. Their intimacy was condoned on all sides as a natural result of Lady Holm's conduct. Most of that which had been accomplished by Lord and Lady Holm together after their reconciliation over the first breakfast was undone. The silent tongue began to wag, and to murmur the usual platitudes about the poor fellow who could not find sympathy at home and so was obliged, against his will, to seek for it outside. All this Lady Holm had foreseen as she sat in her box at the British Theatre. The wrong impression of her was enthroned. She had to reckon with it. This fact, fully recognized by her, made her wish to walk warily where otherwise her temper might have led her to walk heedlessly. She wanted to do an unusual thing, to draw her husband's attention to an intimacy which was concealed from the world, the intimacy between herself and Leo Ulford. After her visit to the house in Half Moon Street she began to see a great deal of Leo Ulford. Carey had been right when he said that they would get on together. She understood him easily and thoroughly, and for that very reason he was attracted by her. Men delight to feel that a woman is understanding them, women that no man can ever understand them. Under the subtle influence of Lady Holm's complete comprehension of him, Leo Ulford's nature expanded, stretched itself as his long legs stretched themselves when his mind was purring. There was not much in him trivial, but what there was he revealed, and Lady Holm seemed to be profoundly interested in the contents of his soul. But she was not interested in the contents of his soul in public places on which the world's eye is fixed. She refused to allow Leo to do what he desired, and assumed an air of almost possessive friendship before society. His natural inclination for the blatant was firmly checked by her. She cared nothing for him really, but her woman's instinct had divined that he was the type of man most likely to rouse the slumbering passion of Fritz, if Fritz were led to suspect that she was attracted to him. Men like Lord Holm are most easily jealous of the men who most closely resemble them. Their conceit leads them to put an exaggerated value upon their own qualities in others, upon the resemblance to their own physique exhibited by others. Leo Ulford was rather like a younger and coarser Lord Holm. In him Lady Holm recognized an effective weapon for the chastisement, if not for the eventual reclamation, of her husband. It was characteristic of her that this was the weapon she chose, the weapon she still continued to rely on even after her conversation with Robin Pierce. Her faith in white angels was very small. Perpetual contact with the world of today, with life as lived by women of her order, had created within her far other faiths in false gods, a natural inclination to bow the knee in the house of Rimmon rather than before the altars guarded by the eternities. And then, she knew Lord Holm, knew what attracted him, what stirred him, what moved him to excitement, what was likely to hold him. She felt sure that he and such men as he yield the homage they would refuse to the angel to the siren. Instead of seeking the angel within herself, therefore, she sought the siren. Instead of striving to develop that part of her which was spiritual, she fixed all her attention upon that part of her which was fleshly, which was physical. She neglected the flame and began to make pretty patterns with the ashes. Robin came to bid her goodbye before leaving London for Rome. The weeping woman was gone. He looked into the hard, white face of a woman who smiled. They talked rather constrainedly for a few minutes. Then suddenly he said, "Once it was a painted window, now it's an iron shutter." He got up from his chair and clasped his hands together behind his back. "What on earth do you mean?" she asked, still smiling. "Your face," he answered. "One could see you obscurely before. One can see nothing now. You talk great nonsense, Robin. It's a good thing you're going back to Rome. At least I shall find the spirit of beauty there," he said, almost with bitterness. "Over here it is treated as if it were Jezebel. It's trodden down. It's thrown to the dogs. Poor spirit." She laughed lightly. "Do you understand what they are saying of you?" he went on. "Where?" "All over London." "Perhaps. But do you?" "Perhaps I don't care to. They are saying, poor thing. But it's her own fault." There was a silence. In it he looked at her hard, mercilessly. She returned his gaze, still smiling. "And it is your own fault," he went on after a moment. "If you had been yourself she couldn't have insulted you first and humiliated you afterwards. Oh, how I hate it. And yet there are moments when I am like the others, when I feel she has deserved it." "When will you be in Rome?" she said. "And even now," he continued, ignoring her remark, "even now, what are you doing? Oh, Viola, you're a prey to the modern madness for crawling in the dirt instead of walking upright in the sun. You might be a goddess and you prefer to be an insect. Isn't it mad of you? Isn't it?" He was really excited, really passionate. His face showed that. There was fire in his eyes. His lips worked convulsively when he was not speaking. And yet there was just a faint ring of the accomplished orator's music in his voice, a music which suggests a listening ear, and that ear the orator's own. Perhaps she heard it. At any rate his passionate attack did not seem to move her. "I'll prefer to be what I am," was all she said. "What you are. But you don't know what you are." "And how can you pretend to know?" she asked. "Is a man more subtle about a woman than she is about herself?" He did not answer for a moment. Then he said bluntly, "Promise me one thing before I go away." "I don't know." "What is it?" "Promise me not to, he hesitated. The calm of her face seemed almost to confuse him. "Well," she said. "Go on. Promise me not to justify anything people are saying, not to justify it with that fellow Alfred." "Goodbye," she answered, holding out her hand. He recognized that the time for his advice had gone by, if it had ever been. What a way for us to," he almost stammered. He recovered his self-possession with an effort and took her hand. "At least," he said in a low, quiet voice, "believe it is less jealousy that speaks within me than love for you, for the woman you are trampling in the dust." He looked into her eyes and went out. She did not see him again before he left England. And she was glad. She did not want to see him. Perhaps it was the first time in her life that the affection of a man whom she really liked was distasteful to her. It made her uneasy, doubtful of herself just then, to be loved as Robin loved her. Carey had come back to town, but he went nowhere. He was in bad odour. Sir Donald Alford was almost the only person he saw anything of at this time. It seemed that Sir Donald had taken a fancy to Carey. At any rate, such friendly feeling as he had did not seem lessened after Carey's exhibition at Uckle House. When Carey returned to Stratton Street, Sir Donald paid him a visit and stayed some time. No allusion was made to the painful circumstances under which they had last seen each other until Sir Donald was on the point of going away. Then he said, "You have not forgotten that I expect you at Casa Felice towards the end of August." Carey looked violently astonished. "Still," he said. "Yes." Suddenly Carey shot out his hand and grasped Sir Donald's. You aren't afraid to have a drunken beast like me in Casa Felice? It's a damn dangerous experiment. I don't think so. It's your own lookout, you know. I absolve you from the invitation. I repeat it, then. I accept it, then, again. Sir Donald went away thoughtfully. When he reached the Albany he found Mrs. Leo Alford waiting for him in tears. They had a long interview. Many people fancied that Sir Donald looked more ghostly, more faded even than usual as the season wore on. They said he was getting too old to go about so much as he did, and that it was a pity society got such a hold on men who ought to have had enough of it long ago. One night he met Lady Holm at the opera. She was in her box and he in the stalls. After the second act she called him to her with a gay little nod of invitation. Lady Cardington had been with her during the act, but left the box when the curtain fell to see some friends close by. When Sir Donald tapped at the door Lady Holm was quite alone. He came in quietly, even his walk was rather ghostly, and sat down beside her. "You don't look well," she said after they had greeted each other. "I am quite well," he answered, with evident constraint. "I haven't seen you to speak to since that little note of yours." A very faint colour rose in his faded cheeks. "After Miss Shelley's first night," he murmured. His yellow fingers moved restlessly. "Do you know that your son told me you would write?" she continued. She was leaning back in her chair, half hidden by the curtain of the box. Sir Donald's voice was almost sharp and startling. "How should he? You spoke about me then?" There was a flash of light in his pale, almost colourless eyes. "I wondered where you had gone, and he said you would write next day. That was all." "Why, how suspicious you are!" She spoke banteringly. "Suspicious? No, but Leo does not understand me very well. I was rather old when he was born, and I have never been able to be much with him. He was educated in England, and my duties of course lay abroad." He paused, looking at her and moving his thin white moustache. Then, in an uneasy voice, he added, "You must not take my character altogether from Leo." "Nor you mine altogether from Miss Shelley," said Lady Holm. She scarcely knew why she said it. She thought herself stupid, ridiculous almost, for saying it. Yet she could not help speaking. Perhaps she relied on Sir Donald's age. Or perhaps, but who knows why a woman is cautious or incautious in moments the least expected. God guides her, perhaps, or the devil, or merely a bottle imp, men never know, and that is why they find her adorable. Sir Donald said nothing for a moment, only made the familiar movement with his hands that was a sign in him of concealed excitement or emotion. His eyes were fixed upon the ledge of the box. Lady Holm was puzzled by his silence and, at last, was on the point of making a remark on some other subject, Placon's singing, when he spoke, like a man who had made up his mind firmly to take an unusual, perhaps a difficult course. "I wish to take it from you," he said. "Give me the right one, not an imitation of an imitation." She knew at once what he meant and was surprised. Had Leo Alford been talking? "Lady Holm," he went on, "I am taking a liberty. I know that. It's a thing I have never done before, knowingly. Don't think me unconscious of what I am doing. But I am an old man, and old men can sometimes venture, allowance is sometimes made for them. I want to claim that allowance now for what I am going to say." "Well," she said, neither hardly nor gently. In TNLTH she scarcely knew whether she wished him to speak or not. "My son is, Leo is not a safe friend for you at this moment." Again the dull, brick-red flush rose in his cheeks. There was an odd, flattened look just above his cheekbones near his eyes, and the eyes themselves had a strange expression as of determination and guilt mingled. "Your son?" Lady Holmes said. "But, do not wish to assume anything, but I will, my daughter-in-law sometimes comes to me." "Sometimes," said Lady Holm. "Leo is not a good husband," Sir Donald said. But that is not the point. He is also a bad friend. Why don't you say lover? She almost whispered. He grasped his knee with one hand and moved the hand rapidly to and fro. I must say of him to you that where his pleasure or his vanity is concerned he is unscrupulous. Why say all this to a woman? You mean that you know as much as I? Don't you think it likely? Henrietta, who is that? My daughter-in-law has done everything for much. She gets nothing, not even gratitude. I am sorry to say he has no sense of chivalry towards women. You know him, I dare say. But do you know him thwarted? Ah, you don't think so badly of me after all, she said quickly. I think of you that, he stopped. I'll think that I could not bear to see the whiteness of your wings smirched by a child of mine, he added. You too, she said. Suddenly tears stalled into her eyes. Another believer in the angel, she thought. May I come in? It was Mr. Blythe's cold voice. His discontented, sleek face was peeping round the door. Sir Donald got up to go. As Lady Holm drove away from Covent Garden that night she was haunted by a feverish, embittering thought, will everyone notice it but Fritz? Lord Holm indeed seemed scarcely the same man who had forbidden Carey to come any more to his house, who had been jealous of Robin Pierce, who had even once said that he almost wished his wife were an ugly woman. The Grand Turk nature within him, if not actually dead, was certainly in abeyance. He was so intent on his own affairs that he paid no heed at all to his wife's, even when they might be said to be also his. Leo Alford was becoming difficult to manage, and Lord Holm still gaily went his way. As Lady Holm thought over Sir Donald's words she felt a crushing weight of depression sink down upon her. The brougham rolled smoothly on through the lighted streets. She did not glance out of the windows, or notice the passing crowds. In the silence and darkness of her own soul she was trying not to feel, trying to think. A longing to be incautious, to do something startling, desperate, came to her. It was evident that Mrs. Alford had been complaining to Sir Donald about his son's conduct. With whom? Lady Holm could not doubt that it was with herself. She had read, with one glance at the fluttering pink eyelids, the story of the Leo Alford's menage. Now, she was not preoccupied with any regret for her own cruelty or for another woman's misery. The egoism spoken of by Carey was not dead in her yet, but very much alive. As she sat in the corner of the brougham, pressing herself against the padded wall, she was angry for herself, pitiful for herself. And she was jealous, horribly jealous. That woke up her imagination, all the intensity of her. Where was Fritz tonight? She did not know. Suddenly the dense ignorance in which every human being lives, and must live to the end of time, towered above her like a figure in a nightmare. What do we know, what can we ever know of each other? In each human being dwells the most terrible, the most ruthless power that exists, the power of silence. Fritz had that power, stupid, blundering, self-contented Fritz. She pulled the check string and gave the order, home. In her present condition she felt unable to go into society. When she got to Cadogan Square she said to the footman who opened the door, "His lordship isn't in yet." "No, my lady." "Did he say what time he would be in tonight?" "No, my lady." The man paused, then added, "His lordship told Mr. Lucas not to wait up." N.L.R. Lucas was Lord Holm's valet. It seemed to Lady Holm as if there were a significant, even a slightly mocking, sound in the footman's voice. She stared at him. He was a thin, swarthy young man, with lantern jaws and a very long, pale chin. When she looked at him he dropped his eyes. "Bring me some lemonade to the drawing-room in 10 minutes, she said. "Yes, my lady." "In 10 minutes, not before." "Turn on all the lights in the drawing-room." "Yes, my lady." The man went before her up the staircase, turned on the lights, stood aside to let her pass and then went softly down. Lady Holm rang for Josephine. "Take my cloak and then go to bed," she said. Josephine took the cloak and went out, shutting the door. 10 minutes. Lady Holm said to herself. She sat down on the sofa on which she had sat for a moment alone after her song at the dinner party, the song murdered by Miss Philbeen. The empty, brilliantly lit rooms seemed unusually large. She glanced round them with inward-looking eyes. Here she was at midnight sitting quite alone in her own house. And she wished to do something decisive, startling as the cannon shot sometimes fired from a ship to disperse a fog wreath. That was the reason why she had told the footman to come in 10 minutes. She thought that in 10 minutes she might make up her mind. If she decided upon doing something that required an emissary, the man would be there. She looked at the little silver box she had taken up that night when she was angry, then at the grand piano in the further room. The two things suggested to her two women, the woman of hot temper and the woman of sweetness and romance. What was she tonight, and what was she going to do? Nothing, probably. What could she do? Again she glanced round the rooms. It seemed to her that she was like an actress in an intense, passionate role, who is paralyzed by what is called in the theatre a stage wait. She ought to play a tremendous scene, now, at once, but the person with whom she was to play it did not come onto the stage. She had worked herself up for the scene. The emotion, the passion, the force, the fury were alive, were red-hot within her, and she could not set them free. She remained alone upon the stage in a sort of horror of dumbness, a horror of inaction. The footman came in quietly with the lemonade on a tray. He put it down on a table by Lady Holm. "Is there anything else, my lady?" She supposed that the question was meant as a very discreet hint to her that the man would be glad to go to bed. For a moment she did not reply, but kept him waiting. She was thinking rapidly, considering whether she would do the desperate thing or not, whether she would summon one of the actors for the violent scene her nature demanded persistently that night. After the opera she had been due at a ball to which Leo Alford was going. She had promised to go in to supper with him and to arrive by a certain hour. He was wondering, waiting, now, at this moment. She knew that. The house was in Eaton Square, not far off. Should she send the footman with a note to Leo, saying that she was too tired to come to the ball but that she was sitting up at home? That was what she was rapidly considering while the footman stood waiting. Leo would come, and then, presently, Lord Holm would come. And then? Then doubtless would happen the scene she longed for with a sort of almost crazy desire such as she had never felt before. She glanced up and saw an astonished expression upon the footman's pale face. How long had she kept him there waiting? She had no idea. "There is nothing else," she said slowly. She paused, then added, reluctantly, "You can go to bed." The man went softly out of the room. As he shut the door she breathed a deep sigh, that was almost a sob. So difficult had she found it to govern herself, not to do the crazy thing. She poured out the lemonade and put ice into it. As she did so she made grimaces, absurd grimaces of pain and misery, like those on the faces of the two women in Mantegna's picture of Christ and the Marys in the Brera at Milan. They are grotesque, yet wonderfully moving in their pitiless realism. But tears fall from the eyes of Mantegna's women and no tears fell from Lady Holm's eyes. Still making grimaces, she sipped the lemonade. Then she put down the glass, leaned back on the sofa and shut her eyes. Her face ceased to move, and became beautiful again in its stillness. She remained motionless for a long time, trying to obtain the mastery over herself. In act she had obtained it already, but not in emotion. Indeed, the relinquishing of violence, the sending of the footman to bed, seemed to have increased the passion within her. And now she felt it rising till she was afraid of being herself, afraid of being this solitary woman, feeling intensely and able to do nothing. It seemed to her as if such a passion of jealousy, and desire for immediate expression of it in action, as flamed within her, must wreak disaster upon her like some fell disease, as if she were in immediate danger, even in immediate physical danger. She lay still like one determined to meet it bravely, without flinching, without a sign of cowardice. But suddenly she felt that she had made a mistake in dismissing the footman, that the pain of inaction was too great for her to bear. She could not just do nothing. She could not, and she got up swiftly and rang the bell. The man did not return. She pressed the bell again. After 3 or 4 minutes he came in, looking rather flushed and put out. "I want you to take a note to Eaton Square," she said. "It will be ready in 5 minutes." "Yes, my lady." She went to her writing table and wrote this note to Leo Alford: "Dear Mr. I'm grieved to play Eaton false, but I am too tired night to come on. Probably you are amusing yourself. I am sitting here alone over such a dull book. Anne can't go to bed at 12, somehow, even if one is tired. I habit of chase season S against early hours and one couldn't sleep. Be nice and come in for 5 minutes on your way home, tell me all about it. I know you passed Che end of Che Square, so WZNT be out of way. Yours very sincerely, VH." After writing this note, Lady Holm hesitated for a moment, then she went to a writing table, opened a drawer and took out a tiny, flat key. She enclosed it in 2 sheets of thick note paper, folded the note also round it, and put it into an envelope which she carefully closed. After writing Leo Alford's name on the envelope, she rang again for the footman. "Take this to Eaton Square," she said, naming the number of the house. "And give it to Mr. Alford yourself. Go in a hansom. When you have given Mr. Alford the note, come straight back in the hansom and let me know. After that you can go to bed. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lady." The man went out. Lady Holmes stood up to give him the note. She remained standing after he had gone. An extraordinary sensation of relief had come to her. Action had lessened her pain, had removed much of the pressure of emotion upon her heart. For a moment she felt almost happy. She sat down again and took up a book. It was a book of poems written by a very young girl whom she knew. There was a great deal about sorrow in the poems, and sorrow was always alluded to as a person, now flitting through a forest in the autumn among the dying leaves, now bending over a bed, now walking by the sea at sunset watching departing ships, now standing near the altar at a wedding. The poems were not good. On the other hand, they were not very bad. They had some grace, some delicacy here and there, now and then a touch of real, if by no means exquisite, sentiment. At this moment Lady Holm found them soothing. There was a certain music in them and very little reality. They seemed to represent life as a pensive phantasmagoria of bird songs, fading flowers, dying lights, soft winds and rains and sighing echoes. She read on and on. Sometimes a hard thought intruded itself upon her mind, the thought of Leo Alford with the latchkey of her husband's house in his hand. That thought made the poem seem to her remarkably unlike life. She looked at the clock. The footman had been away long enough to do his errand. Just as she was thinking this, he came into the room. "Well," she said. "Elle gave Mr. Alford the note, my lady. Then you can go to bed. Good night. I'll put out the lights here." "Thank you, my lady." As he went away she turned again to the poems, but now she could not read them. Her eyes rested upon them, but her mind took in nothing of their meaning. Presently, very soon, she laid the book down and sat listening. The footman had shut the drawing-room door. She got up and opened it. She wanted to hear the sound of the latchkey being put into the front door by Leo Alford. It seemed to her as if that sound would be like the leitmotif of her determination to govern, to take her own way, to strike a blow against the selfish egoism of men. After opening the door, she sat down close to it and waited, listening. Some minutes passed. Then she heard, not the key put into the hall door. It had not occurred to her that she was much too far away to hear that, but the bang of the door being shut. Quickly she closed the drawing-room door, went back to the distant sofa, sat down upon it and began to turn over the poems once more. She even read one quite carefully. As she finished it, the door was opened. She looked up gaily to greet Leo and saw her husband coming into the room. She was greatly startled. It had never occurred to her that Fritz was quite as likely to arrive before Leo Alford as Alford to arrive before Fritz. Why had she never thought of so obvious a possibility? She could not imagine. The difference between the actuality and her intense and angry conception of what it would be, benumbed her mind for an instant. She was completely confused. She sat still with the book of poems on her lap, and gazed at Lord Holm as he came towards her, taking long steps and straddling his legs as if he imagined he had a horse under him. The gay expression had abruptly died away from her face and she looked almost stupid. "Hullo," said Lord Holm, as he saw her. She said nothing. "Thought you were going to the Blackstones tonight," he added. She made a strong effort and smiled. "I meant to, but I felt tired after the opera." "Why don't you toddle off to bed then?" "I feel tired, I don't feel sleepy." Lord Holm stared at her, put his hand into his trousers pocket and pulled out his cigarette case. Lady Holm knew that he had been in a good humour when he came home, and that the sight of her sitting up in the drawing-room had displeased him. She had seen a change come into his face. He had been looking gay. He began to look glum and turned his eyes away from her. "What have you been up to?" she asked, with a sudden light gaiety and air of comradeship. "A club, playing bridge," he answered, lighting a cigarette. He shot a glance at her sideways as he spoke, a glance that was meant to be crafty. If she had not been excited and horribly jealous, such a glance would probably have amused her, even made her laugh. Fritz's craft was very transparent. But she could not laugh now. She knew he was telling her the first lie that had occurred to him. "Lucky?" she asked, still preserving her light and casual manner. "Middlin'," he jerked out. He sat down in an armchair and slowly stretched his legs, staring up at the ceiling. Lady Holm began to think rapidly, feverishly. Had he the front door when he came in? Very much depended upon whether he had or had not. The servants had all gone to bed. Not one of them would see that the house was closed for the night. Fritz was a very casual person. He often forgot to do things he had promised to do, things that ought to be done. On the other hand, there were moments when his memory was excellent. If she only knew which mood had been his tonight, she thought she would feel calmer. The uncertainty in which she was made mind and body tingle. If Fritz had remembered to lock the door, Leo Alford would try to get in, fail, and go away. But if he had not remembered, at any moment Leo Alford might walk into the room triumphantly with the latch key in his hand. And it was nearly 12:30. She wished intensely that she knew what Fritz had done. "What's up?" he said abruptly. "Up," she said with an uncontrollable start. "Yes, with you." "Nothing." "What do you mean?" "Why, you looked as if, don't you believe I've been playing bridge?" "Of course I do." "Really, Fritz, how absurd you are." It was evident that he, too, was not quite easy tonight. If he had a conscience, surely it was pricking him. Fierce anger flamed up again suddenly in Lady Holm, and the longing to lash her husband. Yet even this anger did not take away the anxiety that beset her, the wish that she had not done the crazy thing. The fact of her husband's return before Leo's arrival seemed to have altered her action, made it far more damning. To have been found with Leo would have been compromising, would have roused Fritz's anger. She wanted to rouse his anger. She had meant to rouse it. But when she looked at Fritz, she did not like the thought of Leo walking in at this hour holding the latchkey in his hand. What had Fritz done that night to Rupert Carey? What would he do tonight if... What the deuce is up with you? Lord Holm drew in his legs, sat up and stared with a sort of uneasy inquiry which he tried to make hard. She laughed quickly, nervously. I'm tired, I tell you. It was awfully hot at the opera. She put some more ice into the lemonade, and added, by the way, Fritz, I suppose you locked up all right. Locked up what? The front door. All the servants have gone to bed, you know. No, had she spoken the last words than she regretted them. If Leo did get in, they took away all excuse. She might have pretended he had been let in. He would have had to back her up. It would have been mean of her, of course. Still, seeing her husband there, Leo would have understood, would have forgiven her. Women are always forgiven such subterfuges in unfortunate moments. What a fool she was tonight. That don't matter, said her husband, shortly. But it does. You know how many burglaries there are. Why, only the other night Mrs. Arthur came home from a ball and met two men on the stairs. I'll pity any men I found on my stairs, he resumed composedly, touching the muscle of his left arm with his right hand. He chuckled. They'd be sorry for themselves, I'll bet, he added. He put down his cigarette and took out another slowly, leisurely. Lady Holm longed to strike him. His conceited composure added fuel to the flame of her anxiety. Well, anyhow, I don't care to run these risks in a place like London, Fritz, she said almost angrily. Have you locked up or not? Damned if I remember, he drawled. She did not know whether he was deliberately trying to irritate her or whether he really had forgotten, but she felt it impossible to remain any longer in uncertainty. Very well, then, I shall go down and see, she said. And she laid the book of poems on a table and prepared to get up from the sofa. Rot, said Lord Holm, if you're nervous, I'll go. She leaned back. Very well. In a minute. He struck a match and let it out. Do go now, there's a good dog, she said coaxingly. He struck another match and held it head downwards. You needn't hurry a fella. He tapped his cigarette gently on his knee, and applied the flame to it. That's better. Lady Holm moved violently on the sofa. She had a pricking sensation all over her body, and her face felt suddenly very hot, as if she had fever. A ridiculous, but painful idea started up suddenly in her mind. Could Fritz suspect anything? Was he playing with her? She dismissed it at once as the distorted child of a guilty conscience. Fritz was not that son of man. He might be a BNRTE sometimes, but he was never a subtle brute. He blew two thin lines of smoke out through his nostrils, now with a sort of sensuous, almost languid, deliberation, and watched them fade away in the brilliantly lit room. Lady Holm resolved to adopt another manner, more in accord with her condition of tense nervousness. When I ask you to do a thing, Fritz, you might have the decency to do it, she said sharply. You're forgetting what's due to me, to any woman. Don't fuss at this time of night. I want to go to bed, but I'm not going till I know the house is properly shut up. Please go at once and see. Elle never knew you were such a coward, he rejoined without stirring. Who was at the opera? I won't talk to you till you do what I ask, that's a staggering blow. She sprang up with an exclamation of anger. Her nerves were on edge and she felt inclined to scream out. I never thought you could be such a cad to a woman, Fritz, she said. She moved towards the door. As she did so she heard a cab in the square outside, a rattle of wheels, then silence. It had stopped. Her heart seemed to stand still too. She knew now that she was a coward, though not in the way Fritz meant. She was a coward with regard to him. Her jealousy had prompted her to do a mad thing. In doing it she had actually meant to produce a violent scene. It had seemed to her that such a scene would relieve the tension of her nerves, of her heart, would clear the air. But now that the scene seemed imminent, if Fritz had forgotten, and she was certain he had forgotten, to lock the door, she felt heart and nerves were failing her. She felt that she had risked too much, far too much. With almost incredible swiftness she remembered her imprudence in speaking to Carey at Uckle House and how it had only served to put a weapon into her husband's hand, a weapon he had not scrupled to use in his selfish way to further his own pleasure and her distress. That stupid failure had not sufficiently warned her, and now she was on the edge of some greater disaster. She was positive that Leo Alford was in the cab which had just stopped, and it was too late now to prevent him from entering the house. Lord Holm had got up from his chair and stood facing her. He looked quite pleasant. She thought of the change that would come into his face in a moment and turned cold. "Don't cut up so deuced rough," he said. "I'll go and lock up." So he had forgotten. He took a step towards the drawing-room door. But now she felt that at all costs she must prevent him from going downstairs, must gain a moment somehow. Suddenly she swayed slightly. "I'll feel awfully faint," she said. She went feebly, but quickly, to the window which looked onto the square, drew away the curtain, opened the window and leaned out. The cab had stopped before their door, and she saw Leo Alford standing on the pavement with his back to the house. He was feeling in his pocket, evidently for some money to give to the cabman. If she could only attract his attention somehow and send him away. She glanced back. Fritz was coming towards her with a look of surprise on his face. "Leave me alone," she said unevenly. "I only want some air." "But, leave me, oh, do leave me alone." He stopped, but stood staring at her in blank amazement. She dared not do anything. Leo Alford stretched out his arm towards the cabman, who bent down from his perch. He took the money, looked at it, then bent down again, showing it to Leo and muttering something. Doubtless he was saying that it was not enough. She turned round again sharply to Fritz. "Fritz," she said, "be a good dog. Go upstairs to my room and fetch me some eau de cologne, will you? But, it's on my dressing table, the gold bottle on the right. You know. I feel so bad. I'll stay here. The air will bring me round perhaps." She caught hold of the curtain, like a person on the point of swooning. "All right," he said, and he went out of the room. She watched till he was gone, then darted to the window and leaned out. She was too late. The cab was driving off and Leo was gone. He must have entered the house. Chapter 13. Before she had time to leave the window she heard a step in the room. She turned and saw Leo Alford, smiling broadly, like a great boy, and holding up the latchkey she had sent him. At the sight of her face his smile died away. "Go, go," she whispered, putting out her hand. "Go at once. Go." "But you told me, go." "My husband's come back. He's in the house. Go quickly. Don't make a sound. I'll explain tomorrow." She made a rapid, repeated gesture of her hands towards the door, frowning. Leo Alford stood for an instant looking heavy and sulky, then, pushing out his rosy lips in a sort of indignant pout, he swung round on his heels. As he did so, Lord Holm came into the room holding the bottle of eau de cologne. When he saw Leo he stopped. Leo stopped too, and they stood for a moment staring at each other. Lady Holm, who was still by the open window, did not move. There was complete silence in the room. Then Leo dropped the latchkey. It fell on the thick carpet without a noise. He made a hasty, lumbering movement to pick it up, but Lord Holm was too quick for him. When Lady Holm saw the key in her husband's hand she moved at last and came forward into the middle of the room. "Mr. Alford's come to tell me about the Blackstones' dance," she said. She spoke in her usual light voice, without tremor or uncertainty. Her face was perfectly calm and smiling. Leo Alford cleared his throat. "Yes," he said loudly, "about the Blackstones' dance." Lord Holmes stood looking at the latchkey. Suddenly his face swelled up and became bloated, and large veins stood out in his brown forehead. "What's this key?" he said. He held it out towards his wife. Neither she nor Leo Alford replied to his question. "What's this key?" he repeated. "The key of Mr. Alford's house, I suppose," said Lady Holm. "How should I know?" "I'm not asking you," said her husband. He came a step nearer to Leo. "Why the devil don't you answer?" he said to him. "It's my latchkey," said Leo, with an attempt at a laugh. Lord Holm flung it in his face. "You damned liar," he said. "It's mine." And he struck him full in the face where the key had just struck him. Leo returned the blow. When she saw that, Lady Holm passed the two men and went quickly out of the room, shutting the door behind her. Holding her hands over her ears, she hurried upstairs to her bedroom. It was in darkness. She felt about on the wall for the button that turned on the electric light, but could not find it. Her hands, usually deft and certain in their movements, seemed to have lost the sense of touch. It was as if they had abruptly been deprived of their minds. She felt and felt. She knew the button was there. Suddenly the room was full of light. Without being aware of it, she had found the button and turned it. In the light she looked down at her hands and saw that they were trembling violently. She went to the door and shut it. Then she sat down on the sofa at the foot of the bed. She clasped her hands together in her lap, but they went on trembling. Pulses were beating in her eyelids. She felt utterly degraded, like a scrupulously clean person who has been rolled in the dirt. And she fancied she heard a faint and mysterious sound, pathetic and terrible, but far away, the white angel in her weeping. And the believers in the angel, were they weeping too? She found herself wondering as a sleeper wonders in a dream. Presently she got up. She could not sit there and see her hands trembling. She did not walk about the room, but went over to the dressing table and stood by it, resting her hands upon it and leaning forward. The attitude seemed to relieve her. She remained there for a long time, scarcely thinking at all, only feeling degraded, unclean. The sight of physical violence in her own drawing-room, caused by her, had worked havoc in her. She had always thought she understood the brute in man. She had often consciously administered to it. She had coaxed it, flattered it, played upon it, even surely, loved it. Now she had suddenly seen it rush out into the full light, and it had turned her sick. The gold things on the dressing table, bottles, brushes, boxes, trays, looked offensive. They were like lies against life, frauds. Everything in the pretty room was like a lie and a fraud. There ought to be dirt, ugliness about her. She ought to stand with her feet in mud and look on blackness. The angel in her shuddered at the siren in her now, as at a witch with power to evoke satanic things, and she forgot the trembling of her hands in the sensation of the trembling of her soul. The blow of Fritz, the blow of Leo Alford, had both struck her. She felt a beaten creature. The door opened. She did not turn round, but she saw in the glass her husband come in. His coat was torn. His waistcoat and shirt were almost in rags. There was blood on his face and on his right hand. In his eyes there was an extraordinary light, utterly unlike the light of intelligence, but brilliant, startling, flame from the fire by which the animal in human nature warms itself. In the glass she saw him look at her. The light seemed to stream over her, to scorch her. He went into his dressing room without a word, and she heard the noise of water being poured out and used for washing. He must be bathing his wounds, getting rid of the red stains. She sat down on the sofa at the foot of the bed and listened to the noise of the water. At last it stopped and she heard drawers being violently opened and shut, then a tearing sound. After a silence her husband came into the room again with his forehead bound up in a silk handkerchief, which was awkwardly knotted behind his head. Part of another silk handkerchief was loosely tied round his right hand. He came von Var, stood in front of her and looked at her, and she saw now that there was an expression almost of exultation on his face. She felt something fall into her lap. It was the latchkey she had sent to Leo Alford. "I can tell you he's sorry he ever saw that, damn sorry," said Lord Holm. And he laughed. Lady Holm took the key up carefully and put it down on the sofa. She was realizing something, realizing that her husband was feeling happy. When she had laid down the key, she looked up at him and there was an intense scrutiny in her eyes. Suddenly it seemed to her as if she were standing up and looking down on him, as if she were the judge, he the culprit in this matter. The numbness left her mind. She was able to think swiftly again and her hands stopped trembling. That look of exultation in her husband's eyes had changed everything. "Sit down, I want to speak to you," she said. She was surprised by the calm sound of her own voice. Lord Holm looked astonished. He shifted the bandage on his hand and stood where he was. "Sit down," she repeated. "Well," he said. And he sat down. "I suppose you came up here to turn me out of the house," she said. "You deserve it," he muttered. But even now he did not look any. There was a sort of savage glow on his face. It was evident that the violent physical effort he had just made, and the success of it, had irresistibly swept away his fury for the moment. It might return. Probably it would return. But for the moment it was gone. Lady Holm knew Fritz, and she knew that he was feeling good all over. The fact that he could feel thus in such circumstances set the brute in him before her as it had never been set before, in a glare of light. "And what do you deserve?" she asked. All her terror had gone utterly. She felt mistress of herself. "When I went to thrash Carey he was so drunk I couldn't touch him. This fella showed fight but he was a baby in my hands. I could do anything I liked with him," said Lord Holm. "Gad. Talk of boxing," he looked at his bandaged hand and laughed again triumphantly. Then, suddenly, a sense of other things than his physical strength seemed to return upon him. His face changed, grew lowering, and he thrust forward his underjaw, opening his mouth to speak. Lady Holm did not give him time. "Yes, I sent Leo Alford the latchkey," she said. "You needn't ask. I sent it, and told him to come tonight. Do you know why?" Lord Holm's face grew scarlet. "Because you're a she," stopped him before he could say the irrevocable word. "Because I mean to have the same liberty as the man I've married," she said. "I asked Leo Alford here, and I intended you should find him here. You didn't. You thought I wasn't coming home." "Why should I have thought such a thing?" she said, swiftly, sharply. Her voice had an edge to it. "You meant not to come home, then?" She read his stupidity at a glance, the guilty mind that had blundered, thinking its intention known when it was not known. He began to deny it, but she stopped him. At this moment, and exactly when she ought surely to have been crushed by the weight of Fritz's fury, she dominated him. Afterwards she wondered at herself, but not now. "You meant not to come home?" For once Lord Holm showed a certain adroitness. Instead of replying to his wife he retorted, "You meant me to find Alford here. That's a good UN. Why, you tried all you knew to keep him out." "Yes. Well, then. El wanted, but you never understand." "He does," said Lord Holm. He laughed again, got up and walked about the room, fingering his bandages. Then suddenly, he turned on Lady Holm and said savagely, "And you do?" "Yes, you." "There's lots of fellas that would." "Stop," said Lady Holm, in a voice of sharp decision. She got up too. She felt that she could not say what she meant to say sitting down. "Fritz," she added, "you're a fool. You may be worse. I believe you are. But one thing's certain, you're a fool." Even in wickedness you're a blunderer. And what are you? He said. She answered, coming a step nearer. I'm not wicked. A sudden, strange desire came to her, a desire, as she had slangily expressed it to Robin Pierce, to trot out the white angel whom she had for so long ignored or even browbeaten. Was the white angel there? Some there were who believed so. Robin Pierce, Sir Donald, perhaps others. And these few believers gave Lady Holm courage. She remembered them, she relied on them at this moment. I'm not wicked, she repeated. She looked into her husband's face. Don't you know that? He was silent. Perhaps you'd rather I was, she continued. Don't men prefer it? He stared first at her, then at the carpet. A puzzled look came into his face. But I don't care, she said, gathering resolution, and secretly calling on the hidden woman, yet always with a doubt as to whether she was there in her place of concealment. I don't care. I can't change my nature because of that. And surely there must be some men who prefer refinement to vulgarity, purity to Alfred, he interrupted. The retort struck like a whip on Lady Holm's temper. She forgot the believers in the angel and the angel too. How dare you, she exclaimed. As if he took up the latchkey and thms'd it into her face. His sense of physical triumph was obviously dying away, his sense of personal outrage returning. Good women don't do things like that, he said. If it was known in London you'd be done for. And may you do what you like openly, brazenly. Men's different, he said. The words and the satisfied way in which they were said made Lady Holm feel suddenly almost mad with rage. The truth of the statement, and the disgrace that it was unearthed, stirred her to the depths. At that moment she hated her husband, she hated all men. She remembered what Lady Cardington had said in the carriage as they were driving away from the Carlton after Mrs. Wulfstein's lunch, and her sense of impotent fury was made more bitter by the consciousness that women had chosen that men should be different, or at least, if not that, had smilingly given them a license to be so. She wanted to say, to call out, so much that she said nothing. Lord Holm thought that for once he had been clever, almost intellectual. This was indeed a night of many triumphs for him. An intoxication of power surged up to his brain. Nlen's made different and treated differently, he said. And they'd never stand anything else. Lady Holm sat down again on the sofa. She put her right hand on her left hand and held it tightly in her lap. You mean, she said, in a hard, quiet voice, that you may humiliate your wife in the eyes of London and that she must just pretend that she enjoys it and go on being devoted to you? Well, I will not do either the one or the other. I will not endure humiliation quietly, and as to my devotion to you, I dare say it wouldn't take much to kill it. Perhaps it's dead already. No lie, perhaps, ever sounded more like truth than hers. At that moment she thought that probably it was truth. Ill, said Lord Holm. He looked suddenly less triumphant. His blunt features seemed altered in shape by the expression of blatant, boyish surprise, even amazement, that overspread them. His wife saw that, despite the incident of Leo Alford's midnight visit, Fritz had not really suspected her of the uttermost faithlessness, that it had not occurred to him that perhaps her love for him was dead, that love was alive in her for another man. Had his conceit then no limits? And then suddenly another thought flashed into her mind. Was he, too, a firm, even a fanatical, believer in the angel? She had never numbered Fritz among that little company of believers. Him she had always set among the men who worship the sirens of the world. But now? Can there be two men in one man as there can be two women in one woman? Suddenly Fritz was new to her, newer to her than on the day when she first met him. And he was complex. Fritz complex. She changed the word conceit. She called it TNTST. And tears rushed into her eyes. There were tears in her heart too. She looked up at her husband. The silk bandage over his forehead had been white. Now it was faintly red. As she looked, she thought that the color of the red deepened. "Come here, Fritz," she said softly. He moved nearer. "Bend down. Bend down your head." He bent down his huge form with a movement that had in it some resemblance to the movement of a child. She put up her hand and touched the bandage where it was red. She took her hand away. It was damp. A moment later Fritz was sitting in a low chair by the wash-hand stand in an obedient attitude, and a woman, was she siren or angel, was bathing an ugly wound. Chapter 14. After that night Lady Holm began to do something she had never done before, to idealize her husband. Hitherto she had loved him without weaving pretty fancies round him, loved him crudely for his strength, his animalism, his powerful egoism and imperturbable self-satisfaction. She had loved him almost as a savage woman might love, though without her sense of slavery. Now a change came over her. She thought of Fritz in a different way, the new Fritz, the Fritz who was a believer in the angel. It seemed to her that he could be kept faithful most easily, most surely, by such an appeal as Robin Pierce would have loved. She had sought to rouse, to play upon the instincts of the primitive man. She had not gone very far, it is true, but her methods had been common, ordinary. She had undervalued Fritz's nature. That was what she felt now. He had behaved badly to her, had wronged her, but he had believed in her very much. She resolved to make his belief more intense. An expression on his face, only that, had wrought a vital change in her feeling towards him, her conception of him. She ranged him henceforth with Sir Donald, with Robin Pierce. He stood among the believers in the angel. She called upon the angel passionately, feverishly. There was strength in Lady Holm's character, and not merely strength of temper. When she was roused, confident, she could be resolute, persistent, could shut her eyes to side issues and go onward looking straight before her. Now she went onward and she felt a new force within her, a force that would not condescend to pettiness, to any groping in the mud. Lord Holm was puzzled. He felt the change in his wife, but did not understand it. Since the fracas with Leo Alford their relations had slightly altered. Vaguely, confusedly, he was conscious of being pitied, yes, surely pitied by his wife. She shed a faint compassion, like a light cloud, over the glow of his and the glory was abated. He felt a little doubtful of himself, almost as a son feels sometimes in the presence of his mother. For the first time he began to think of himself, now and then, as the inferior of his wife, began even, now and then, to think of man as the inferior of woman, in certain ways. Such a state of mind was very novel in him. He stared at it as a baby stares at its toes, with round amazement, inwardly saying, "Is this phenomenon part of me?" There was a new gentleness in Viola, a new tenderness. Both put him, as one lifted and dropped, a step below her. He pulled his bronze moustache over it with vigor. His wife showed no desire to control his proceedings, to know what he was about. When she spoke of Miss Shelley she spoke kindly, sympathetically, but with a dainty, delicate pity, as one who secretly murmurs, if she had only had a chance. Lord Holm began to think it a sad thing that she had not had a chance. The mere thought sent the American a step down from her throne. She stood below him now, as he stood below Viola. It seemed to him that there was less resemblance between his wife and Miss Shelley than he had fancied. He even said so to Lady Holm. The angel smiled. Somebody else in her smiled too. Once he remarked to the angel, apropos de bots, "We men are awful brutes sometimes." Then he paused. As she said nothing, only looked very kind, he added, "I'll bet you think so, Vi." It sounded like a question, but she preferred to give no answer, and he walked away shaking his head over the brutishness of men. The believers in the angel naturally welcomed the development in Lady Holm, and the unbelievers laughed at it, especially those who had been at Uckle House and those who had been influenced by Pimpernelschli's clever imitation. One night at the opera, when Tannhäuser was being given, Mr. Bree said of it, "Elle seemed to hear the voice of Venus raised in the prayer of Elizabeth." Mrs. Wulfstein lifted large eyebrows over it, and remarked to Henry, in exceptionally guttural German, "If this goes on, Pimpernel's imitation will soon be completely out of date." To be out of date, in Mrs. Wulfstein's opinion, was to be irremediably damned. Lady Cardington, Sir Donald Alford, and one or two others began to feel as if a dream took form and stepped out of the mystic realm towards the light of day. Sir Donald seemed specially moved by the change. It was almost as if something within him blossomed, warmed by the breath of spring. Lady Holm wondered whether he knew of the fight between her husband and his son. She dared not ask him, and he only mentioned Leonce. Then he said that Leo had gone down to his wife's country place in Hertfordshire. Lady Holm could not tell by his intonation whether he had guessed that there was a special reason for this departure. She was glad Leo had gone. The developing angel did not want to meet the man who had suffered from the siren's common conduct. Leo was not worth much. She knew that. But she realized now the meanness of having used him merely as a weapon against Fritz, and not only the meanness, but the vulgarity of the action. There were moments in which she was fully conscious that, despite her rank, she had not endured unsmirched close contact with the rampant commonness of London. One of the last great events of the season was to be a charity concert, got up by a royal princess in connection with a committee of well-known women to start a club for soldiers and sailors. Various amateurs and professionals were asked to take part in it, among them Lady Holm and Miss Shelley. The latter had already accepted the invitation when Lady Holm received the royal request, which was made viva voce and was followed by a statement about the composition of the programme, in which that clever Miss Shelley was named. Lady Holm hesitated. She had not met the American for some time and did not wish to meet her. Since she had bathed her husband's wound, she knew, she could not have told how, that Miss Shelley's power over him had lessened. She did not know what had happened between them. She did not know that anything had happened. And, as part of this new effort of hers, she had had the strength to beat down the vehement, the terrible curiosity, cold steel and fire combined, that is a part of jealousy. That curiosity, she told herself, belonged to the siren, not to the angel. But at this royal request her temper waked, and with it many other children of her temperament. It was as if she had driven them into a dark cave and had rolled a great stone to the cave's mouth. Now the stone was pushed back, and in the darkness she heard them stirring, whispering, preparing to come forth. The royal lady looked slightly surprised. She coughed and glanced at a watch she wore at her side. "I shall be delighted to do anything," Lady Holm said quickly. When she received the programme she found that her two songs came immediately after some imitations by Miss Pimpernel-Shelley. She stood for a moment with the programme in her hand. Some imitations, there was a certain crudeness about the statement, a crudeness and an indefiniteness combined. Who were to be the victims? At this moment, Pedlaps, they were being studied. Was she to be pilloried again as she had been pilloried that night at the British Theatre? The calm malice of the American was capable of any impudent act. It seemed to Lady Holm that she had perhaps been very foolish in promising to appear in the same programme with Miss Shelley. Was it by accident that their names were put together? Lady Holm did not know who had arranged the order of the performances, but it occurred to her that there was attraction to the public in the contiguity, and that probably it was a matter of design. No other two women had been discussed and compared, smiled over and whispered about that season by society as she and Miss Shelley had been. For a moment, while she looked at the programme, she thought of the strange complications of feeling that are surely the fruit of an extreme civilization. She saw herself caught in a spider's web of apparently frail, yet really powerful, threads spun by an invisible spider. Her world was full of gossamer playing the part of iron, of gossamer that was compelling, that made and kept prisoners. What freedom was there for her and women like her? What reality of freedom? Even beauty, filth, money were gossamer to hold the fly. For they concentrated the gaze of those terrible watchful eyes which govern lives, dominating actions, even dominating thoughts. She moved, had always moved, in a maze of complications. She saw them tiny yet intense, like ants in their hill. They stirred minds, eons, as the ants stirred twigs, leaves, blossoms, and carried them to the hill for their own purposes. In this maze free will was surely lost. The beautiful woman of the world seems to the world to be a dominant being, to be imposing the yoke of her will on those around her. But is she anything but a slave? Why were she and Miss Shelley enemies? Why had they been enemies from the moment they met? There was perhaps a reason for their hostility now, a reason in Fritz. But at the beginning what reason had there been? Civilization manufactures reasons as the spider manufactures threads, because it is the deadly enemy of peace, manufactures reasons for all those thoughts and actions which are destructive of inward and exterior peace. For a moment it seemed to Lady Holm as if she and the American were merely victims of the morbid conditions amid which they lived, conditions which caused the natural vanity of women to become a destroying fever, the natural striving of women to please a venomous battle, the natural desire of women to be loved a fracas, in which clothes were the armor, modes of hair-dressing, manicure, perfumes, dyes, powder puffs the weapons. What a tremendous, noisy nothingness it was, this state of being. How could an angel be natural in it, be an angel at all? She laid down the program and sighed. She felt a vague yet violent desire for release, for a fierce change, for something that would brush away the spider's web and set free her wings. Yet where would she fly? She did not know, probably against a window pane. And the change would never come. She and Fritz, what could they ever be but a successful couple known in a certain world and never moving beyond its orbit? Perhaps for the first time the longing that she had often expressed in her singing, obedient to poet and composer, invaded her own soul. Without music she was what with music she had often seemed to be, a creature of wayward and romantic desires, a yearning spirit, a soaring flame. At that moment she could have sung better than she had ever sung. On the program the names of her songs did not appear. They were represented by the letters A and B. She had not decided yet what she would sing. But now, moved by feeling to the longing for some action in which she might express it, she resolved to sing something in which she could at least flutter the wings she longed to free, something in which the angel could lift its voice, something that would delight the believers in the angel and be as far removed from Miss Shelley's imitations as possible. After a time she chose 2 songs. One was English, by a young composer, and was called Away. It breathed something of the spirit of the East. The man who had written it had travelled much in the East, had drawn into his lungs the air, into his nostrils the perfume, into his soul the meaning of desert places. There was distance in his music. There was mystery. There was the call of the god of gold who lives in the sun. There was the sound of feet that travel. The second song she chose was French. The poem was derived from a writing of Jalaluddin Rumi, and told this story. One day a man came to knock upon the door of the being he loved. A voice cried from within the house, "Qui est là?" "C'est ist moi," replied the man. There was a pause. Then the voice answered, "This house cannot shelter us both together." Sadly the lover went away, went into the great solitude, fasted and prayed. When a long year had passed he came once more to the house of the one he loved, and struck again upon the door. The voice from within cried, "Qui est là?" "Sie ist tot," whispered the lover. Then the door was opened swiftly and he passed in with outstretched arms. Having decided that she would sing these 2 songs, Lady Holm sat down to go through them at the piano. Just as she struck the first chord of the desert song a footman came in to know whether she was at home to Lady Cardington. She answered yes. In her present mood she longed to give out her feeling to an audience, and Lady Cardington was very sympathetic. In a minute she came in, looking as usual blanched and tired, dressed in black with some pale yellow roses in the front of her gown. Seeing Lady Holm at the piano she said, in her low voice with a thrill in it, "You are singing? Let me listen, let me listen." She did not come up to shake hands, but at once sat down at a short distance from the piano, leaned back, and gazed at Lady Holm with a strange expression of weary, yet almost passionate, expectation. Lady Holm looked at her and at the desert song. Suddenly she thought she would not sing it to Lady Cardington. There was too wild a spell in it for this auditor. She played a little prelude and sang an Italian song, full, as a warm flower of sweetness, of the sweetness of love. The refrain was soft as golden honey, soft and languorous, strangely sweet and sad. There was an exquisite music in the words of the refrain, and the music they were set to made their appeal more clinging, like the appeal of white arms, of red, parting lips. Torna in flora di igioth plus or minus neza e autoblanzesmano, dice, al mondo e vano, nel one plus or minus dolcezza. Tears came into Lady Cardington's eyes as she listened, brimmed over and fell down upon her blanched cheeks. Each time the refrain recurred she moved her lips, dice, tutto al mondo e vano, nell'amore ogni dolcezza. Lady Holm's voice was like honey as she sang, and tears were in her eyes too. Each time the refrain fell from her heart she seemed to see another world, empty of gossamer threads, a world of spread wings, a world of, but such poetry and music do not tell you. Nor can you imagine. You can only dream and wonder, as when you look at the horizon line and pray for the things beyond. Luck, tutto al mondo a vano, nell'amore one plus or minus dolcezza. Why do you sing like that today? Said Lady Cardington, wiping her eyes gently. I feel like that today, Lady Holmes said, keeping her hands on the keys in the last chord. There was a vagueness in her eyes, a sort of faint cloud of fear. While she was singing she had thought, have I known the love that shows the vanity of the world? Have I known the love in which alone all sweetness lives? The thought had come in like a firefly through an open window. Have I? Have I? And something within her felt a stab of pain, something within her soul, and yet surely 1,000 miles away. Tutto al mondo e vano, murmured Lady Cardington. We feel that and we feel it, and, do you? Today I seem to, answered Lady Holm. When you sing that song you look like the love that gives all sweetness to men. Sing like that, look like that, and you, if Sir Donald had heard you. Lady Holm got up from the piano. Sir Donald, she said. She came to sit down near Lady Cardington. Sir Donald. Why do you say that? And she searched Lady Cardington's eyes with eyes all of inquiry. Lady Cardington looked away. The wistful power that generally seemed a part of her personality had surely died out in her. There was something nervous in her expression, deprecating in her attitude. Why do you speak about Sir Donald? Lady Holmes said. Don't you know? Lady Cardington looked up. There was an extraordinary sadness in her eyes, mingled with a faint defiance. Know what? That Sir Donald is madly in love with you. Sir Donald. Sir Donald, madly anything? She laughed, not as if she were amused, but as if she wished to do something else and chose to laugh instead. Lady Cardington sat straight up. You don't understand anything but youth, she said. There was a sound of keen bitterness in her low voice. And yet she added, after a pause, you can sing till you break the heart of age, break its heart. Suddenly she burst into a flood of tears. Lady Holm was so surprised that she did absolutely nothing, did not attempt to console, to inquire. She sat and looked at Lady Cardington's tall figure swayed by grief, listened to the sound of her hoarse, gasping sobs. And then, abruptly, as if someone came into the room and told her, she understood. You love Sir Donald, she said. Lady Cardington looked up. Her tear-stained, distorted face seemed very old. We both regret the same thing in the same way, she said. We were both wretched in the time when we ought to have been happy. I thought, I had a ridiculous idea we might console each other. You shattered my hope. I'm sorry, Lady Holmes said. And she said it with more tenderness than she had ever before used to a woman. Lady Cardington pressed a pocket handkerchief against her eyes. Sing me that song again, she whispered. Don't say anything more. Just sing it again and I'll go. Lady Holmes went to the piano. Torna in flora di igioth plus or minus nezza e auto blanzesmano, dice, al mondo avano, nell'amore on plus or minus dolcezza. When the last note died away, she looked towards the sofa. Lady Cardington was gone. Lady Holmes leaned her arm on the piano and put her chin in her hand. How awful to be old, she thought. Half aloud she repeated the last words of the refrain, nell'amore ogni dolcezza. And then she murmured, poor Sir Donald. And then she repeated, poor, and stopped. Again the faint cloud of fear was in her eyes. Chapter 15. The charity concert was to be given in Manchester House, one of the private palaces of London, and as royalty had promised to be present, all the tickets were quickly sold. Among those who bought them were most of the guests who had been present at the Holmes dinner party when Lady Holmes lost her temper and was consoled by Robin Pierce. Robin, of course, was in Rome, but Lady Cardington, Lady Manby, Mrs. Wolfstein, Sir Donald, Mr. Biy took seats. Rupert Carey also bought a ticket. He was not invited to great houses any more, but on this public occasion no one with a guinea to spend was unwelcome. To Lady Holmes' surprise, the day before the concert, Fritz informed her that he was going too. You, Fritz, she exclaimed. But it's in the afternoon. What o' that? You'll be bored to death. You'll go to sleep. Probably you'll snore. Not one. He straddled his legs and looked attentively at the toes of his boots. Lady Holmes wondered why he was going. Had Miss Shirley made a point of it? She longed to know. The cruel curiosity which the angel was ever trying to beat down rose up in her powerfully. I say, her husband was speaking with some hesitation. Let's have a squint at the program, will you? Here it is. She gave it to him and watched him narrowly as he looked quickly over it. A mimic. Some imitations, he said. What's that mean? Didn't you know Miss Shirley was a mimic, not I? She's an actress. Yes, now. Now? When was she anything else? When she began in America. She was a mimic in the music halls. The deuce she was. He stood looking very grave and puzzled for a minute, then he stared hard at his wife. What did she mimic? I don't know, people. Again there was a silence. Then he said, I say, I don't know that I want you to sing at that affair tomorrow. But I must. Why not? He hesitated, shifting from one foot to the other almost like a great boy. I don't know what she's up to, he answered at last. Miss Shirley. Lady Holmes felt her heart beat faster. Was her husband going to open up a discussion of the thing that had been turning her life to gall during these last weeks, his flirtation, his liaison, if it were a liaison, she did not know, with the American? The woman who had begun to idealize Fritz and the woman who was desperately jealous of him both seemed to be quivering within her. Do you mean, she began. She stopped, then spoke again in a quiet voice. Do you mean that you think Miss Shirley is going to do something unusual at the concert tomorrow? El dunno. She's the devil. There was a reluctant admiration in his voice, as there always is in the voice of a man when he describes a woman as gifted with female attributes, and this sound stung Lady Holmes. It seemed to set that angel upon whom she was calling in the dust, to make of that angel a puppet, an impotent, even a contemptible thing. "My dear Fritz," she said in a rather loud, clear voice, like the voice of one speaking to a child, "my dear Fritz, you're surely aware that I have been the subject of Miss Schley's talent ever since she arrived in London?" "You? What do you mean? You surely can't be so blind as not to have seen what all London has seen." "What's all London seen?" "Why, that Miss Schley's been mimicking me." "Mimicking you?" The brown of his large cheeks was invaded by red. "But you have noticed it. I remember your speaking about it." "Not I," he exclaimed with energy. "Yes. You spoke of the likeness between us, in expression, in ways of looking and moving. That, I thought it was natural." "You thought it was natural." There was a profound, if very bitter, compassion in her voice. "Poor old boy," she added. Lord Holm looked desperately uncomfortable. His legs were in a most violent, even a most pathetic commotion, and he tugged his moustache with the fingers of both hands. "Damned cheek," he muttered. "Damned cheek." He turned suddenly as if he were going to stride about the room. "Don't get angry," said his wife. "I never did." He swung round and faced her. "Do you mean you've always known she was mimicking you?" "Of course. From the very start." His face got redder. "I'll teach her to let my wife alone," he muttered. "To dare, my wife." "I'm afraid it's a little late in the day to begin now," Lady Holmes said. "Society's been laughing over it, and your apparent appreciation of it, the best part of the season." "My what?" "Your apparent enjoyment of the performance." And then she went quietly out of the room and shut the door gently behind her. But directly the door was shut she became another woman. Her mouth was distorted, her eyes shone, she rushed upstairs to her bedroom, locked herself in, threw herself down on the bed and pressed her face furiously against the coverlet. The fact that she had spoken at last to her husband of the insult she had been silently enduring, the insult he had made so far more bitter than it need have been by his conduct, had broken down something within her, some wall of pride behind which had long been gathering a flood of feeling. She cried now frantically, with a sort of despairing rage, cried and crushed herself against the pillows with her hands, grinding her teeth. What was the use of it all? What was the use of being beautiful, of being young, rich? What was the use of having married a man she had loved? What was the use? What was the use? What's the use? She sobbed the words out again and again. For the man was a fool, Fritz was a fool. She thought of him at that moment as half-witted. For he saw nothing, nothing. He was a blind man led by his animal passions, and when at last he was forced to see, when she came and, as it were, lifted his eyelids with her fingers, and said to him, "Look. Look at what has been done to me," he could only be angry for himself, because the insult had attained him, because she happened to be his wife. It seemed to her, while she was crying there, that stupidity combined with egoism must have the power to kill even that vital, enduring thing, a woman's love. She had begun to idealize Fritz, but how could she go on idealizing him? And she began for the first time really to understand, or to begin to understand, that there actually was something within her which was hungry, unsatisfied, something which was not animal but mental, or was it spiritual, something not sensual, not cerebral, which cried aloud for sustenance. And this something did not, could never, cry to Fritz. It knew he could not give it what it wanted. Then to whom did it cry? She did not know. Presently she grew calmer and sat upon the bed, looking straight before her. Her mind returned upon itself. She seemed to go back to that point of time, just before Lady Cardington called, when she had the programme in her hand and thought of the gossamer threads that were as iron in her life, and in such lives as hers, then to move on to that other point of time when she laid down the programme, sighed, and was conscious of a violent desire for release, for something to come and lift a powerful hand and brush away the spider's web. But now, returning to this further moment in her life, She asked herself what would be left to her if the spider's web were gone. The believers in the angel? Perhaps she no longer included Fritz among them. The impotence of his mind seemed to her an impotence of heart just then. He was to her like a numbed creature, incapable of movement, incapable of thought, incapable of belief. Credulity, yes, but not belief. And so, when she looked at the believers, she saw but a few people: Robin Pierce, Sir Donald, whom else? And then she heard, as if far off, the song she would sing on the morrow at Manchester House. Torna in flora di igioth plus or minus neza e outer blanzesmano, dice, al mondo avano, nel own plus or minus dolcezza. And then she cried again, but no longer frantically, quietly, with a sort of childish despair and confusion. In her heart there had opened a dark space, a gulf. She peered into it and heard, deep down in it, hollow echoes resounding, and she recoiled from a vision of emptiness. On the following day Fritz drove her himself to Manchester House in a new motor he had recently bought. All the morning he had stayed at home and fidgeted about the house. It was obvious to his wife that he was in an unusually distracted frame of mind. He wanted to tell her something, yet could not do so. She saw that plainly, and she felt almost certain that since their interview of previous day he had seen Miss Shelley. She fancied that there had been a scene of some kind between them, and she guessed that Fritz had been hopelessly worsted in it and was very sorry for himself. There was a beaten look in his face, a very different look from that which had startled her when he came into her room after thrashing Leo Ulford. This time, however, her curiosity was not awake, and the fact that it was not awake marked a change in her. She felt today as if she did not care what Fritz had been doing or was going to do. She had suffered, she had concealed her suffering, she had tried vulgarly to pay Fritz out, she had failed. At the critical moment she had played the woman after he had played the man. He had thrashed the intender whom she was using as a weapon, and she had bathed his wounds, made much of him, idealized him. She had done what any uneducated street woman would have done for her man. And now she had suddenly come to feel as if there had always been an emptiness in her life, as if Fritz never could fill it. The abruptness of the onset of this new feeling confused her. She did not know that a woman could be subject to a change of this kind. She did not understand it, realize what it portended, what would result from it. But she felt that, for the moment, at any rate, she could not get up any excitement about Fritz, his feelings, his doings. Whenever she thought of him she thought of his blundering stupidity, his blindness, sensuality and egoism. No doubt she loved him. Only, today, she did not feel as if she loved him or anyone. Yet she did not feel dull. On the contrary, she was highly strung, unusually sensitive. What she was most acutely conscious of was a sensation of lonely excitement, of solitary expectation. Fritz fidgeted about the house, and the fact that he did so gave her no more concern than if a little dog had been running to and fro. She did not want him to tell her what was the matter. On the other hand, she did want him not to tell her. Simply she did not care. He said nothing. Perhaps something in her look, her manner, kept him when they were in the motor on the way to Manchester House. He said, "I'll bet you'll cut out everybody." "Oh, there are all sorts of stars." "Well, mind you put 'em all out." It was evident to her that for some reason or other he was particularly anxious she should shine that afternoon. She meant to. She knew she was going to. But she had no desire to shine in order to gratify Fritz's egoism. Probably he had just had a quarrel with Miss Shelley and wanted to punish her through his wife. The idea was not a pretty one. Unfortunately that circumstance did not ensure its not being a true one. "Mind you do, reiterated her husband, giving the steering wheel a twist and turning the car up Hamilton Place. "I shall try to sing well," naturally she replied coldly. "I always do." "Of course, I know." There was something almost servile in his manner, an anxiety which was quite foreign to it as a rule. That's a stunning dress, he added. Keep your cloak well over it. She said nothing. What's the row? He asked. Anything up? I'm thinking over my songs. Oh, I see. She had silenced him for the moment. Very soon they were in a long line of carriages and motors moving slowly towards Manchester House. Going to be a deuce of a crowd, said Fritz. Naturally. Wonder who'll be there. Everybody who's still in town. She bowed to a man in a hansom. Who's that? Placon. He's singing. How long'll it be before you come on? Quite an hour, I think. Better than being first, isn't it? Of course. What are you going to sing? 011, she was about to say something impatient about his not knowing one tune from another, but she checked herself, and answered quietly, an Italian song and a French song. What about? Take care of that carriage in front, love. He looked at her sideways. You're the one to sing about that, he said. She felt that he was admiring her beauty as if it were new to him. She did not care. At last they reached Manchester House. Fritz's place was taken by his chauffeur, and they got out. The crowd was enormous. Many people recognized Lady Holm and greeted her. Others, who did not know her personally, looked at her with open curiosity. A powdered footman came to show her to the improvised artists' room. Fritz prepared to follow. Aren't you going into the concert room? She said. Presently. But, I'll take you up first. Very well, she said. But it isn't the least necessary. He only stuck out his underjaw. She realized that Miss Shelley would be in the artists' room and said nothing more. They made their way very slowly to the great landing on the first floor of the house, from which a maze of reception rooms opened. Mr. and Mrs. Ongrin, the immensely rich Australians who were the owners of the house, were standing there ready to receive the two royal princesses who were expected, and Mr. Ongrin took from a basket on a table beside him a great bouquet of honey-coloured roses, and offered it to Lady Holm with a hearty word of thanks to her for singing. She took the roses with a look of pleasure. How sweet of you! They suit my song, she said. She was thinking of the Italian song. Mr. Ongrin, who was a large, loose-limbed man, with straw-coloured hair turning grey, and a broken nose, looked genial and confused, and she went on, still closely followed by Fritz. This is the room for the performers, my lady, said the footman, showing them into a large, green drawing-room, with folding doors at one end shut off by an immense screen. Is the platform behind the screen? Lady Holm asked. Yes, my lady. The ladies' cloakroom is on the left, that door, my lady. There were already several people in the room, standing about and looking tentative. Lady Holm knew most of them. One was a French actor who was going to give a monologue, very short, very stout, very intelligent-looking, with a face that seemed almost too flexible to be human. 2 or 3 were singers from the opera house. Another was an aristocratic amateur, an intimate friend of Lady Holmes, who had a beautiful contralto voice. Several of the committee were there too, making themselves agreeable to the artists. Lady Holm began to speak to the French actor. Fritz stood by. He scarcely understood a word of French, and always looked rather contemptuous when it was talked in his presence. The French actor appealed to him on some point in the conversation. He straddled his legs, uttered aloud, "Oh, oui. Oh, oui. Oui," and laughed. "Lord Holm is tout à fait de mon avis," cried the comedian. "Evidemment," she answered, wishing Fritz would go. Miss Shelley had not come yet. She was certain to be effectively late, as she had been at Mrs. Wulfstein's lunch party. Lady Holm did not feel as if she cared whether she came early or late, whether she were there or not. She was still companioned by her curious sensation of the morning, a sensation of odd loneliness and detachment, combined with excitement, but an excitement which had nothing to do with the present. It seemed to her as if she were a person leaning out of a window and looking eagerly along a road. People were in the room behind her, voices were speaking, things were happening there, but they had nothing to do with her. That which had to do with her was coming down the road. She could not see yet what it was, but she could hear the faint sound of its approach. The comedian spoke to someone else. She went into the cloakroom and took off her motor cloak. As she glanced into a mirror to see if all the details of her gown were perfect, she was struck by the expression on her face, as if she had seen it on the face of a stranger. For a moment she looked at herself as at a stranger, seeing her beauty with a curious detachment, and admiring it without personal vanity or egoism, or any small, triumphant feeling. Yet it was not her beauty which fascinated her eyes, but an imaginative look in them and in the whole face. For the first time she fully realized why she had a curious, an evocative, influence on certain people, why she called the hidden children of the secret places of their souls. Whithose children heard, and stretched out their hands, and lifted their eyes and opened their lips. There was a summoning, and yet a distant expression in her eyes. She saw it herself. They were like eyes that had looked on magic, that would look on magic again. A maid came to help her. In a moment she had picked up her bouquet of roses and her music case, and was back in the green drawing room. There were more people in it now. Fritz was still hovering about, looking remarkably out of place and strangely ill at ease. Today his usual imperturbable self-confidence had certainly deserted him. He spoke to people, but his eyes were on the door. Lady Holm knew that he was waiting for Miss Schley. She felt a sort of vague pity for his uneasiness. It was time for the concert to begin, but the princesses had not yet arrived. A murmur of many voices came from the hidden room beyond the screen where the audience was assembled. Several of the performers began to look rather strng up. They smiled and talked with slightly more vivacity than was quite natural in them. One or two of the singers glanced over their songs, and pointed out snide effects they meant to make to the principal accompanist, an abnormally thin boy with thick dark hair and flushed cheeks. He expressed comprehension, emphasizing it by finger taps on the music and a continual, "LC. I see." 2 or 3 of the members of the committee looked at their watches, and the murmur of conversation in the hidden concert room rose into a dull roar. Lady Holmes sat down on a sofa. Sometimes when she was going to sing she felt nervous. There are very few really accomplished artists who do not. But today she was not at all nervous. She knew she was going to do well as when she sang to Lady Cardington, even better. She felt almost as if she were made of music, as if music were part of her, ran in her veins like blood, shone in her eyes like light, beat in her heart like the pulse of life. But she felt also as if she was still at a window, looking down a road, and listening to the sound of an approach. "Did you see him?" A lady near her was speaking to a friend. "Yes." "Doesn't he look shocking? Such an alteration. Poor fellow. I wonder he cares to go about. And he's so clever. He helped me in a concert once, the Gordon Boys, you know, and I assure you, she did not catch anything more, but she felt a conviction that they were speaking of Rupert Carey, and that he must be in the concert room. Poor Carey. She thought of the Uckle House ball, but only for a moment. Then someone spoke to her. A moment later Miss Schley came slowly into the room, accompanied by a very small, wiry-looking old woman, dreadfully dressed, and by Leo Ulford, who was carrying a bouquet of red carnations. The kind care of Mr. Ongrin had provided a bouquet for each lady who was performing. As Leo came in he looked round swiftly, furtively. He saw Fritz, and a flush went over his face. Then Lady Holmes saw him look at her with a scowl, exactly like the scowl of an evil-tempered schoolboy. She bowed to him slightly. He ignored the recognition, and spoke to Miss Shelley with a heavy assumption of ignominious devotion and intimacy. Lady Holm could scarcely help smiling. She read the little story very plainly, the little common story of Leo's desire to take a revenge for his thrashing fitting in with some similar desire of Miss Shelley's, on her part probably a wish to punish Fritz for having ventured to say something about her impudent mimicry of his wife. Easy to read it was, common-minded, common-hearted humanity in full sail to petty triumph, petty revenge. But all this was taking place in the room behind Lady Holm, and she was leaning from the window watching the white road. But Fritz? She glanced round the drawing-room and saw that he was moved by the story as they had meant him to be moved. The angry jealousy of the primitive, sensual man was aflame, his possessive sense, one of the strongest, if not the strongest, of such a man's senses, was outraged. And he showed it. He was standing with a middle-aged lady, one of the but he had ceased from talking to her, and was staring at Miss Shelley and Leo with the peculiar inflated look on his face that was characteristic of him when his passions were fully roused. Even features seemed to swell and become bloated, as if under the influence of a disease or physical seizure. The middle-aged lady looked at him with obvious astonishment, then turned away and spoke to the French actor. Miss Shelley moved slowly into the middle of the room. She did not seem to see Fritz. 2 or 3 people came to speak to her. She smiled but did not say much. The little wiry-looking old lady, her mother from Susanville, stood by her in an effaced manner, and Leo, holding the bouquet, remained close beside her, standing over her in his impudent fashion like a privileged guardian and lover. Lady Holm was watching Fritz. The necessary suppression of his anger at such a moment, and in such surroundings, suppression of any demonstration of it at least, was evidently torturing him. Someone, a man, spoke to him. His wife saw that he seemed to choke something down before he could get out a word in reply. Directly he had answered he moved away from the man towards Miss Shelley, but he did not go up to her. He did not trust himself to do that. He stood still again, staring. Leo bent protectively over the American. She smiled at him demurely beneath lowered eyelids. The little old lady shook out her rusty black dress and assumed an absurd air of social sprightliness, making a mouth bunched up like an old-fashioned purse sharply drawn together by a string. There was a sudden lull in the roar of conversation from the concert room, succeeded by a wide whistling noise. The princesses had at length arrived, and the audience was standing up as they came in and took their seats. After a brief silence the rustling noise was renewed as the audience sat down again. Then the pianist hurried up to a grave-looking girl who was tenderly holding a violin, took her hand and led her away behind the screen. A moment later the opening bars of a duet were audible. The people in the artists' room began to sit down with a slight air of resignation. The French actor looked at the very pointed toes of his vanished boots and composed his india-rubber features into a solemn, almost priestly, expression. Lady Holm went over to a sofa near the screen and listened attentively to the duet, but from time to time she glanced towards the middle of the room where Miss Shelley was still calmly standing up with Leo holding the bouquet. The mother from Susanville had subsided on a small chair with gilt legs, spread out her meagre gown, and assumed the aspect of a roosting bird at twilight. Fritz stood up with his back against the wall, staring at Miss Shelley. His face still looked bloated. Presently Miss Shelley glanced at him, as if by accident, looked surprised at seeing him there, and nodded demurely. He made a movement forward from the wall, but she immediately began to whisper to Leo Alford, and after remaining for a moment in an attitude of angry hesitation he moved backward again. His face flushed scarlet. Lady Holm realized that he was making a fool of himself. She saw several pairs of eyes turned towards him, slight smiles appearing on several faces. The French actor had begun to watch him with an expression of close criticism, as a stage manager watches an actor at rehearsal. But she did not feel as if she cared what Fritz was doing. The sound of the violin had emphasized her odd sensation of having nothing to do with what was going on in the room. Just for 1 hour Fritz's conduct could not affect her. Very soon people began to whisper round her. Artists find it very difficult to listen to other artists on these occasions. In a minute or two almost everybody was speaking with an air of mystery. Miss Schley put her lips to Leo Alford's ear. Evidently she had a great deal to say to him. He began to pout his lips in smiles. They both looked across at Lord Holm. Then Miss Schley went on murmuring words into Leo's ear and Leo began to shake with silent laughter. Lord Holm clenched his hands at his sides. The French actor, still watching him closely, put up a fat forefinger and meditatively traced the outline of his own profile, pushing out his large flexible lips when the finger was drawing near to them. The whole room was full of the tickling noise of half-whispered conversation. Presently the music stopped. Instantly the tickling noise stopped too. There was languid applause, the applause of smart people on a summer afternoon, from beyond the screen. Then the grave girl reappeared, looking graver and hot. Those who had been busily talking while she was playing gathered round her to express their delight in her kind accompaniment. The pianist hurried up to a stout man with a low, tummed-down collar and a white satin tie, whose double chin, and general air of rather fatuous prosperity, proclaimed him the possessor of a tenor voice, and Miss Schley walked quietly, but with determination, up to where Lady Holm was sitting and took a seat beside her. "Glad to meet you again," she drawled. She called Leo Alford with a sharp nod. He hesitated, and began to look supremely uncomfortable, twisting the bouquet of carnations round and round in nervous hands. "I've been simply expiring all season to hear you sing," Miss Schley continued. "How sweet of you." "That is so. Mr. Alford, please bring my flowers." Leo had no alternative but to obey. He came slowly towards the sofa, while the tenor and the pianist vanished behind the screen. That he was sufficiently sensitive to be conscious of the awkwardness of the situation Miss Schley had pleasantly contrived was very apparent. He glowered upon Lady Holm, forcing his boyish face to assume a coarsely determined and indifferent expression. But somehow the body, which she knew her husband had thrashed, looked all the time as if it were being thrashed again. The voice of the hidden tenor rose in Celeste Aida and Lady Holm listened with an air of definite attention, taking no notice of Leo. The music gave her perfect excuse for ignoring him. But Miss Schley did not intend to be interfered with by anything so easily trampled upon as an art. Speaking in her most clear and choir boyish tones, she said to Leo Alford, "Sit down, Mr. Alford. You fidget me standing." Then turning again to Lady Holm she continued, "Mr. Alford's been so lovely and kind. He came up all the way from Hertfordshire just to take care of Mama and me today. Mama's fair and crazy about him. She says he's the most lovely fella in Europe." Leo twisted the bouquet. He was sitting now on the edge of a chair, and shooting furtive glances in the direction of Lord Holm, who had begun to look extremely stupid, overwhelmed by the cool impudence of the American. "Your husband looks as if he were perched around on a keg of rattlesnakes," continued Miss Schley, her clear voice mingling with the passionate tenor cry, "Celeste Aida, ain't he feeling well today?" "I believe he is perfectly well," said Lady Holm, in a very low voice. It was perhaps, but she did not feel at all angry, embarrassed, or even slightly annoyed, by Miss Schley's very deliberate attempt to distress her. Of course she understood perfectly what had happened and was happening. Fritz had spoken to the actress about her mimicry of his wife, had probably spoken blunderingly, angrily. Miss Schley was secretly furious at his having found out what she had been doing, still more furious at his having dared to criticize any proceeding of hers. To revenge herself at one stroke on both Lord and Lady Holm she had come to Leo Alford, whose destiny it evidently was to be used as a weapon against others. Long ago Lady Holm had distracted Leo's wandering glances from the American and fixed them on herself. With the instinct to be common of an utterly common nature Miss Schley had resolved to awake a double jealousy, of husband and wife, by exhibiting Leo Alford as her Amy and team, perhaps as the latest victim to her fascination. It was the vulgar action of a vulgar woman, but it failed of its effect in one direction. Lord Holm was stirred, but Lady Holm was utterly indifferent. Miss Schley's quick instinct told her so, and she was puzzled. She did not understand Lady Holm. That was scarcely strange, for today Lady Holm did not understand herself. The curious mental detachment of which she had been conscious for some time had increased until it began surely to link itself with something physical, something sympathetic in the body that replied to it. She asked herself whether the angel was spreading her wings at last. All the small, sordid details of which lives lived in society, lives such as hers, are full, details which assume often an extraordinary importance, a significance like that of molecules seen through a magnifying glass, had suddenly become to her as nothing. A profound indifference had softly invaded her towards the petty side of life. Miss Schley, Leo Alford, even Fritz in his suppressed rage and jealousy of a male animal openly trampled upon, had nothing to do with her, could have no effect on her at this moment. She remembered that she had once sighed for release. Well, it seemed to her as if release were at hand. The tenor finished his romance. Again the muffled applause sounded. As the singer came from behind the screen, wiping beads of perspiration from his self-satisfied face, Lady Holm got up and congratulated him. Then she crossed over to her husband. "Why don't you go into the concert room, Fritz? You're missing everything, and you're only in the way here." She did not speak unkindly. He said nothing, only cleared his throat. "Go in," she said. "Elle should like to have you there while I am singing." He cleared his throat again. "Right you are." He stared into her eyes with a of savage admiration. "Cut her out," he said. "Cut her out. You can, and, damn deserves it." Then he turned and went out. Lady Holm felt rather sick for a moment. She knew she was going to sing well, she wished to sing well, but not in order to punish Miss Schley for having punished Fritz. Was everything she did to accomplish some sordid result? Was even her singing, the one thing in which Robin Pierce and some other divined a hidden truth that was beautiful, was even that to play its contemptible part in the social drama in which she was so inextricably entangled? Those gossamer threads were iron strands indeed. Someone else was singing, her friend with the contralto voice. She sat down alone in a corner. Presently the French actor began to give one of his famous monologues. She heard his wonderfully varied elocution, his voice, intelligence made audible and dashed with flying lights of humour rising and falling subtly, yet always with a curious sound of inevitable simplicity. She heard gentle titterings from the concealed audience, then a definite laugh, then a peal of laughter quite gloriously indiscreet. The people were waking up. And she felt as if they were being prepared for her. But why had Fritz looked like that, spoken like that? It seemed to spoil everything. Today she felt too far away from, too far beyond, that was the TN1TH, Miss Schley to want to enter into any rivalry with her. She wished very much that she had been placed first on the program. Then there could have been no question of her cutting out the American. As she was thinking this, Miss Schley slowly crossed the room and came up to her. "Lady Holm," she said, "I come next." "Do you?" "I do." "And then you follow after." "Well. Say, would you mind changing it? It don't do to have two recitations one after the other. There ought to be something different in between." Lady Holm looked at her quite eagerly, almost with gratitude. "I'll sing next," she said quickly. "Much obliged to you, I'm sure. You're perfectly sweet." Lady Holm saw again a faint look of surprise on the American's white face, succeeded instantly by an expression of satisfaction. She realized that Miss Schley had some hidden disagreeable reason for her request. She even guessed what it was. But she only felt glad that, whatever happened, no one could accuse her of trying to efface any effect made by Miss Shelley upon the audience. As she sang before the imitations, if any effect were to be effaced it must be her own. The voice of the French actor ceased, almost drowned in a ripple of laughter, a burst of quite warm applause. He reappeared looking calm and magisterial. The applause continued, and he had to go back and bow his thanks. The tenor, who had not been recalled, looked cross and made a movement of his double chin that suggested bridling. "Now, Miss Shelley," said the pianist. "You come now." "Lady Holm has very kindly consented to go first," she replied. Then she turned to the French actor and, in atrocious but very self-possessed French, began to congratulate him on his performance. "Oh, well," the pianist hurried up to Lady Holm. "You have really, very well then, these are the songs. Which do you sing first?" "Vio hot, isn't he?" wiped his long fingers with a silk pocket handkerchief and took the music she offered to him. "The princesses seem very pleased," he added. "Martio, charming composer, yes, very pleased indeed." "Which one?" "Say Toi." "Certainly, certainly." He wiped his hands again and held out one to lead Lady Holm to the platform. But she ignored it gently and went on alone. He followed, carrying the music and perspiring. As they disappeared, Miss Shelley got up and moved to a chair close by the screen that hid the platform. She beckoned to Leo Alford and he followed her. As Lady Holm stepped onto the low platform, edged with a bank of flowers, it seemed to her as if with one glance she saw everyone in the crowded room, and felt at least something swiftly of each one's feeling. The two princesses sat together looking kind and serious. As she curtsied to them they bowed to her and smiled. Behind them she saw a compact mass of acquaintances, Lady Cardington sitting with Sir Donald and looking terribly sad, even self-conscious, yet eager, Mrs. Wolfstein with Mr. Laycock, Mr. Bree, his eyeglass fixed, a white carnation in his coat, Lady Manby laughing with a fat old man who wore a fez, and many others. At the back she saw Fritz, standing up and staring at her with eyes that seemed almost to cry, "Cut her out." And in the fourth row she saw a dreary, even a horrible, sight, Rupert Carey's face, disfigured by the vice which was surely destroying him, red, bloated, dreadfully coarsened, spotted. From the midst of the wreckage of the flesh his strange eyes looked out with a vivid expression of hopelessness. Yet in them burned fires, and in fire there is an essence of fierce purity. The soul in those eyes seemed longing to burn up the corruption of his body, longing to destroy the mind temple, longing to speak and say, "I am in prison, but do not judge of the prisoner by examining the filthiness of his cell." As Lady Holm took in the audience with a glance there was a rustle of paper. Almost everyone was looking to see if the program had been altered. Lady Holm saw that suddenly Fritz had realized the change that had been made, and what it meant. An expression of anger came into his face. She felt that she saw more swiftly, and saw into more profoundly today than ever before in her life, that she had a strangely clear vision of minds as well as of faces, that she was vivid, penetrating. And she had time, before she began to sing, for an odd thought of the person drowning who flashes back over the ways of his past, who is, as it were, allowed one instant of exceptional life before he is handed over to death. This thought was clear, clean-cut in her mind for a moment, and she put herself in the sounding arms of the sea. Then the pianist began his prelude, and she moved a step forward to the flowers and opened her lips to sing. She sang by heart the little story drawn from the writing of Jalaluddin Rumi. The poet who had taken it had made a charming poem of it, delicate, fragile, and yet dramatic and touched with fervour, porcelain with firelight gleaming on it here and there. Lady Holm had usually a power of identifying herself thoroughly with what she was singing, of concentrating herself with ease upon it, and so compelling her hearers to be concentrated upon her subject and upon her. Today she was deeper down in words and music, in the little drama of them, than ever before. She was the man who knocked at the door, the loved one who cried from within the house. She gave the reply, "C'est moi," with the eagerness of that most eager of all things, hope. Then, as she sang gravely, with tender rebuke, "This house cannot shelter us both together," she was in the heart of love, that place of understanding. Afterwards, as one carried by fate through the sky, she was the man set down in a desert place, fasting, praying, educating himself to be more one he of love. Then came the rhythm, the question, qui est, the reply of the solitary place, the denied desire, the longing to mount, the educated heart, say toi, the swiftly opening door, the rush of feet that were welcome, of outstretched arms for which waited a great possession. Something within her lived the song very fully and completely. For once she did not think at all of what effect she was making. She was not unconscious of the audience. She was acutely conscious of the presence of people, and of individuals whom she knew, of Fritz, of Lady Cardington, Sir Donald, even of poor, horrible Rupert Carey. But with the unusual consciousness was linked a strange indifference, a sense of complete detachment. And this enabled her to live simultaneously two lives, Lady Holmes and another's. Who was the other? She did not ask, but she felt as if in that moment a prisoner within her was released. And yet, directly the song was over and the eager applause broke out, a bitterness came into her heart. Her sense, vanished for the moment, of her own personality and circumstances returned upon her, and that toi, of the educated heart seemed suddenly an irony as she looked at Fritz's face. Had any lover gone into the desert for her, fasted and prayed for her, learned for her sake the right answer to the ceaseless question that echoes in every woman's heart? The pianist modulated, struck the chord of a new key, paused, then broke into a languid, honey-sweet prelude. Lady Holmes sang the Italian song which had made Lady Cardington cry. Afterwards, she often thought of her singing of that particular song on that particular occasion as people think of the frail bridges that span the gulfs between one fate and another. And it seemed to her that while she was crossing this bridge, that was a song, she had a faint premonition of the land that lay before her on the far side of the gulf. She did not see clearly any features of the landscape, but surely she saw that it was different from all that she had known. Perhaps she deceived herself. Perhaps she fancied that she had divined something that was in reality hidden from her. One thing, however, is certain, that she made a very exceptional effect upon her audience. Many of them, when later they heard of an incident that occurred within a very short time, felt almost awe-stricken for a moment. It seemed to them that they had been visited by one of the messengers, the forerunners of destiny, that they had heard a whispering voice say, "Listen well. This is the voice of future singing." Many people in London on the following day said, "We felt in her singing that something extraordinary must be going to happen to her." And some of them at any rate, probably spoke the exact truth. Lady Holmes herself, while she sang her second song, really felt this sensation, that it was her swan song. If once we touch perfection we feel the black everlasting curtain being drawn round us. We have done what we were meant to do and can do no more. Let the race of men continue. Our course is run out. To strive beyond the goal is to offer oneself up to the derision of the gods. In her song, Lady Holmes felt that suddenly, and with great ease, she touched the perfection that it was possible for her to reach. She felt that, and she saw what she had done, in the eyes of Lady Cardington that wept, in Sir Donald's eyes, which had become young as the eyes of spring, and in the eyes of that poor prisoner who was the real Rupert Carey. When she sang the first refrain she knew. Torna in flora di igioth plus or minus neza e auto blanzesmano, dice, al mondo e vano, nel one plus or minus dolcezza. She understood while she sang, she had never understood before, nor could conceive why she understood now, what love had been to the world, was being, would be so long as there was a world. The sweetness of love did not merely present itself to her imagination, but penetrated her soul. And that penetration, while it carried with it and infused through her whole being a delicate radiance, That was as the radiance of light in the midst of surrounding blackness, beams of the moon in a forest, carried with it also into her heart a frightful sense of individual isolation, of having missed the figure of truth in the jostling crowd of shams. Fritz stood there against the wall. Yes, Fritz. And he was savagely rejoicing in the effect she was making upon the audience, because he thought, hoped, that it would lessen the triumph of the woman who was punishing him. She had missed the figure of truth. That was very certain. And as she sang the refrain for the last time, she seemed to herself to be searching for the form that must surely be very wonderful, searching for it in the many eyes that were fixed upon her. She looked at Sir Donald, Dice, tutto al mondo e vams. She looked at Rupert Carey, nell'amore un plus or minus dolcezza. She still looked at Carey, and the hideous wreckage of the flesh was no longer visible to her. She saw only his burning eyes. Directly she had finished singing, she asked for her motor cloak. While they were fetching it, she had to go back twice to the platform to bow to the applause. Miss Shelley, who was looking angry, said to her, "You're not going away before my show." "I want to go to the concert room, where I can hear better, and see," she replied. Miss Shelley looked at her doubtfully, but had to go to the platform. As she slowly disappeared behind the screen, Lady Holm drew the cloak round her, pulled down her veil and went quickly away. She wanted, more, she required, to be alone. At the hall door she sent a footman to find the motor car. When it came up, she said to the chauffeur, "Take me home quickly and then come back for his lordship." She got in. As the car went off swiftly, she noticed that the streets were shining with wet. "Has it been raining?" she asked. "Raining hard, my lady." Chapter 16. On the following morning the newspapers contained an account of the concert at Manchester House. They contained also an account of a motor accident which had occurred the same afternoon between Hyde Park Corner and Knightsbridge. On the wet pavement, Lord Holm's new car, which was taking Lady Holm to Cadogan Square at a rapid pace, skidded and overturned, pinning Lady Holm beneath it. While she was on the ground, a hansom cab ran into the car. At their breakfasts her friends, her acquaintances, her enemies and the general public read of her beautiful singing at the concert, and read also the following paragraph, which closed the description of the accident. "We deeply regret to learn that Lady Holm was severely injured in the face by the accident. Full particulars have not reached us, but we understand that an immediate operation is necessary and will be performed today by Mr. Bernard Crispin, a famous surgeon. Her ladyship is suffering great pain, and it is feared that she will be permanently disfigured." The fierce change which Lady Holm had longed for was a reality. One life, the life of the siren, had come to an end. But the eyes of the woman must still see light. The heart of the woman must still beat on. Death stretched out a hand in the darkness and found the hand of birth. Chapter 17. On a warm but overcast day, at the end of the following September, a woman, whose face was completely hidden by a thick black veil, drove up to the boat landing of the town of Como in a hired Victoria. She was alone, but behind her followed a second carriage containing an Italian maid and a large quantity of luggage. When the Victoria stopped at the water's edge, the woman got out slowly, and stood for a moment, apparently looking for something. There were many boats ranged along the quay, their white awnings thrown back, their oars resting on the painted seats. Beside one, which was larger than the others, soberly decorated in brown with touches of gold, and furnished with broad seats not unlike small armchairs, stood two bold-looking Italian lads dressed in white sailors' suits. One of them, after staring for a brief instant at the veiled woman, went up to her and said in Italian, "Is the Signora Casa Felice?" "Yes." The boy took off his round hat with a gallant gesture. "The boat is here, Signora." He led the way to the brown and gold craft, and helped the lady to get into it. She sat down on one of the big seats. "That is the luggage," she said, speaking Italian in a low voice, and pointing to the second carriage from which the maid was stepping. The two boatmen hastened towards it. In a few minutes maid and luggage were installed in a big black gondola, oared by two men standing up, and the brown boat, with the two lads in white and the veiled woman, glided out on the calm water. The day was a grey dream, mystical in its colourless silence. Blue Italy was shrouded as the woman's face was shrouded. The speechlessness of nature environed her speechlessness. She was an enigma set in an enigma, and the two rowers looked at her and at the sunless sky, and bent to their oars gravely. A melancholy stole into their sensitive dark faces. This new padrona had already cast a shadow upon their buoyant temperaments. She noticed it and clasped her hands together in her lap. She was not accustomed yet to her new role in life. The boat stole on. Como was left behind. The thickly wooded shores of the lake, dotted with many villas, the tall green mountains covered with chestnut trees, framed the long, winding riband of water which was the way to Casa Felice. There were not many other boats out. The steamer had already started for Bellagio, and was far away near the point where Como nestles around its sheltered harbour. The black gondola was quickly left behind. Its load of luggage weighed it down. The brown boat was alone in the grey dream of the sunless autumn day. Behind her veil Lady Holm was watching the two Italian boys, whose lithe bodies bent to their oars, whose dark eyes were often turned upon her with a staring scrutiny, with the morose and almost violent expression that is the child of frustrated curiosity. Was it Hugh? Was she in real life, or sitting there, watching, thinking, striving to endure, in a dream? Since the accident which had forever changed her life she had felt many sensations, a torrent of sensations, but never one exactly like this, never one so full of emptiness, chaos, grey vacancy, eternal stillness, unreal oppression and almost magical solitude as this. She had thought she had suffered all things that she could suffer. She had not yet suffered this. Someone, the governing power, had held this in reserve. Now it was being sent forth by decree. Now it was coming upon her. Now it was enveloping her. Now it was rolling round her and billowing away on every side to unimaginably remote horizons. Another and a new emotion of horror was to be hers. Would the attack of the hidden one upon her never end? Was that quiver of poisoned arrows inexhaustible? She leaned back against the cushions without feeling them. She wanted to sink back as the mortally wounded sink, to sink down, far down, into the gulf where surely the dying go to find, with their freezing lips, the frozen lips of death. She shut her eyes. Presently, with the faint splash of the oars in the water, there mingled a low sound of music. The rower nearest to her was singing in an undervoice to keep his boy's heart from succumbing to the spell of melancholy. She listened, still wrapped in this dreadful chaos that was dreamlike. At first the music was a murmur. But presently it grew louder. She could distinguish words now and then. Once she heard Carissima, a moment afterwards Amore. Then the poison in which the tip of this last arrow had been curiously steeped began its work in her. The quivering creature hidden within her cowered, shrank, put up trembling hands, cried out, "I cannot endure this thing. I do not know how to. I have never learned the way. This is impossible for me. This is a demand I have not the capacity to fulfill." And, even while it cowered and cried out, knew, this I must endure. This demand I shall be made to fulfill. Nothing will serve me, no outstretched hands, no wailings of despair, no prayers, no curses even will save me. For I am the soul in the hands of the vivisector. Along the lake, past the old home of La Tagliani, past the Villa Pasta with its long garden, past Little Torno with its great round oleanders and its houses crowding to the shore, the boatman sang. Gathering courage as his own voice dispersed his melancholy, and the warm hopes of his youth spread their wings once more, roused by the words of love his lips were uttering, he fearlessly sent out his song. Love in the south was in it, love in the sun, embraces in warm scented nights, longings in moonlight, attainment in darkness. The boy had forgotten the veiled lady, whose shrouded face and whose silence had for a moment saddened him. His hot, bold nature reasserted itself, the fire of his youth blazed up again. He sang as if only the other boatmen had been there and they had seen the girls they loved among the trees upon the shore. And the soul writhed, like an animal stretched and strapped upon the board, to whom no anaesthetic had been given. Never before would it have been possible to Lady Holm to believe that the mere sound of a word could inflict such torment upon a heart as the sound of the word amore, coming from the boatman's lips, now inflicted upon hers. Each time it came, with its soft beauty, its languor of sweetness, like a word reclining, it flayed her soul alive, and showed her red, raw bareness. Yet she did not ask the man to stop singing. Few people in the hands of fate ask fate for favors. Instinct speaks in the soul and says, "Be silent." The boat rounded the point of Tomo and came at once into a lonelier region of the lake. Autumn was more definite here. Its sadness spoke more plainly. Habitations on the shores were fewer. The mountains were more grim, though grander. And their greyness surely closed in a little upon the boat, the rowers, the veiled woman who was being taken to Cassiopolis. Perhaps to combat the gathering gloom of nature the boatman sang more loudly, with the full force of his voice. But suddenly he seemed to be struck by the singular contrast opposed to his expansive energy by the silent figure opposite to him. A conscious look came into his face. His voice died away abruptly. After a pause he said, "Perhaps the Signora is not fond of music." Lady Holm wanted to speak, but she could not. She and this bright-eyed boy were not in the same world. That was what she felt. He did not know it, but she knew it. And one world cannot speak through infinite space with another. She said nothing. The boy looked over his shoulder at his companion. Then, in silence, they both rowed on. And now that the song had ceased she was again in the grey chaos of the dream, in the irrevocable emptiness, the intense, the enormous solitude that was like the solitude of an unpeopled eternity in which man had no lot. Presently, with a stroke of his right oar, the boy who had sung turned the boat's prow toward the shore, and Lady Holm saw a large, lonely house confronting them on the nearer bank of the lake. It stood apart. For a long distance on either side of it there was no other habitation. The flat, yellow facade rose out of the water. Behind was a dim tangle of densely growing trees rising up on the steep mountain side towards the grey sky. Lady Holm could not yet see details. The boat was still too far out upon the lake. Nor would she have been able to note details if she had seen them. Only a sort of heavy impression that this house had a pale, haunted aspect forced itself dully upon her. "Ecco Cassiopolis, Signora," said the foremost rower, half timidly, pointing with his brown hand. She made an intense effort and uttered some reply. The boy was encouraged and began to tell her about the beauties of the house, the gardens, the chasm behind the piazza down which the waterfall NLSHED, to dive beneath the house and lose itself in the lake. She tried to listen, but she could not. The strangeness of her being alone, hidden behind a dense veil, of her coming to such a retired house in the autumn to remain there in utter solitude, with no object except that of being safe from the intrusion of anyone who knew her, of being hidden from all watching eyes that had ever looked upon her, the strangeness of it obsessed her, was both powerful and unreal. That she should be one of those lonely women of whom the world speaks with a lightly contemptuous pity seemed incredible to her. Yet what woman was lonelier than she? The boat drew in toward the shore and she began to see the house more plainly. It was large, and the flat facade was broken in the middle by an open piazza with round arches and slender columns. This piazza divided the house in two. The villa was in fact composed of two square buildings connected together by it. From the boat, looking up, Lady Holm saw a fierce mountain gorge rising abruptly behind the house. Huge cypresses grew on its sides, towering above the slate roof, and she heard the loud noise of falling water. It seemed to add to the weight of her desolation. The boat stopped at a flight of worn stone steps. One of the boys sprang out and rang a bell, and presently an Italian manservant opened a tall iron gate set in a crumbling stone arch, and showed more stone steps leading upward between walls covered with dripping lichen. The boat boy came to help Lady Holm out. For a moment she did not move. The dreamlike feeling had come upon her with such force that her limbs refused to obey her will. The sound of the falling water in the mountain gorge had sent her father adrift into the grey, unpeopled eternity, into the vague chaos. But the boy held out his hand, took hers. The strong clasp recalled her. She got up. The Italian manservant preceded her up the steps into a long garden built up high above the lake on a creeper-covered wall. To the left was the house door. She stood still for an instant looking out over the wide expanse of unruffled grey water. Then, putting her hand up to her veil as if to keep it more closely over her face, she slowly went into the house. Chapter 18. Despair had driven Lady Holm to Casa Felice. When she had found that the accident had disfigured her frightfully, and that the disfigurement would be permanent, she had at first thought of killing herself. But then she had been afraid. Life had abruptly become a horror to her. She felt that it must be a horror to her always. Yet she dared not leave it then, in her home in London, in the midst of the sights and sounds connected with her former happiness. After the operation, and the verdict of the doctors, that no more could be done than had been done, she had had an access of almost crazy misery, in which all the secret violence of her nature had rushed to the surface from the depths. Shut up alone in her room, she had passed a day and a night without food. She had lain upon the floor. She had torn her clothes into fragments. The animal that surely dwells at the door of the soul of each human being had had its way in her, had ravaged her, humiliated her, tamed her to savagery. Then at last she had slept, still lying upon the floor. And she had waked feeling worn out but calm, desperately calm. She defied the doctors. What did they know of women, of what women can do to regain a vanished beauty? She would call in specialists, beauty doctors, quacks, the people who fill the papers with their advertisements. Then began a strange defile of ragtag humanity to the Cadogan Square door, women, men, of all nationalities and pretensions. But the evil was beyond their power. At last an American specialist, who had won renown by turning a famous woman of 60 into the semblance of a woman of 36, for a short time, was called in. Lady Holm knew that his verdict must be final. If he could do nothing to restore her vanished loveliness, nothing could be done. After being closeted with her for a long time, he came out of her room. There were tears in his eyes. To the footman who opened the hall door, and who stared in surprise, he explained his emotion thus. "Poor lady," he said. "It's a hopeless case." "Ah," said the man, who was the pale footman Lady Holm had sent with the latchkey to Leo Ulford. "Hopeless. It's a hard thing to have to tell a lady she'll always be, what, sir?" said the footman. "Well, what people won't enjoy looking at." He winked his eyes. He was a little bald man, with a hatchet face that did not suggest emotion. "And judging by part of the left side of the face, I guess she must have been almost a beauty once," he added, stepping into the square. That was Lady Holm now. She had to realize herself as a woman whom people would rather not look at. All this time she had not seen Fritz. He had asked to see her. He had even tried to insist on seeing her, but so long as there was any hope in her of recovering her lost beauty, she had refused to let him come near her. The thought of his eyes staring upon the tragic change in her face sent cold creeping through her veins. But when the American had gone, she realized that there was nothing to wait for, that if she were ever to let Fritz see her again, it had better be now. The bandages in which her face had been swathed had been removed. She went to a mirror and, setting her teeth and clenching her hands, looked into it steadily. She did not recognize herself. As she stood there, she felt as if a dreadful stranger had come into the room and was confronting her. The accident, and the surgical treatment that had followed upon it, had greatly altered the face. The nose, once fine and delicate, was now coarse and misshapen. A wound had permanently distorted the mouth, producing a strange, sneering expression. The whole off right side of the face was puffy and heavy-looking, and drawn down towards the chin. It was also at present discoloured. For as Lady Holm lay under the car she had been badly burnt. The raw, red tinge would no doubt fade away with time, but the face must always remain unsightly, even a little grotesque, must always show to the casual passer-by a woman who had been the victim of a dreadful accident. Lady Holm stared at this woman for a long time. There were no tears in her eyes. Then she went to the dressing table and began to make up her face. Slowly, deliberately, with a despairing carefulness, she covered it with pigments till she looked like a woman in Regent Street. Her face became a frightful mask, and even then the fact that she was disfigured was not concealed. The application of the pigments began to cause her pain. The right side of her face throbbed. She looked dreadfully old, too, with this mass of paint and powder upon her, like a hag, she thought. And it was obvious that she was trying to hide something. Anyone, man or woman, looking upon her, would divine that so much art could only be used for the concealment of a dreadful disability. People, seeing this mask, would suppose, what might they not suppose? The pain in her face became horrible. Suddenly, with a cry, she began to undo what she had done. When she had finished she rang the bell. Her maid knocked at the door. Without opening it she called out, "Is his lordship in the house?" "Yes, my lady. His lordship has just come in." "Go and ask him to come up and see me." "Yes, my lady." Lady Holm sat down on the sofa at the foot of bed. She was trembling violently. She sat looking on the ground and trying to control her limbs. A sort of dreadful humbleness surged through her, as if she were a guilty creature about to cringe before a judge. She trembled till the sofa on which she was sitting shook. She caught hold of the cushions and made a strong effort to sit still. The handle of the door turned. "Don't come in," she cried out sharply. But the door opened and her husband appeared on the threshold. As he did so she turned swiftly so that only part of the left side of her face was towards 6, he said. "PCM old girl, he was coming forward when she called out again, "Stay there, Fritz." He stopped. "Why?" he asked. Wait a minute." "Shut the door." He shut the door. She was still looking away from him. "Do you understand?" she said, still in a sharp voice. "Understand what?" "That I'm altered, that the accident's altered me, very much." "I know. The doctor said something. But you look all right." From there. The trembling seized her again. "Well, but, it can't be so bad, it is. Don't move." "Fritz, well. Do you care for me?" "Of course I do, old girl." "Why, you know," suddenly she turned round, stood up and faced him desperately. "Do you care for me, Fritz?" she said. There was a dead silence. It seemed to last for a long while. At length it was broken by a woman's voice crying, "Fritz, Fritz, it isn't my fault. It isn't my fault." "Good God!" Lord Holm said slowly. "It isn't my fault, Fritz. It isn't my fault. Good God!" "But, the doctor didn't—" "Oh, wait a minute," a door opened and shut. He was gone. Lady Holm fell down on the sofa. She was alone, but she kept on sobbing, "It isn't my fault, Fritz. It isn't my fault, Fritz." And while she sobbed the words she knew that her life with Fritz Holm had come to an end. The chapter was closed. From that day she had only one desire, to hide herself. The season was over. London was empty. She could travel. She resolved to disappear. Fritz had stayed on in the house, but she would not see him again, and he did not press her to. She knew why. He dreaded to look at her. She would see no one. At first there had been streams of callers, but now almost everybody had left town. Only Sir Donald came to the door each day and inquired after her health. One afternoon a note was brought to her. It was from Fritz, saying that he had been feeling a bit chippy and the doctor advised him to run over to Homburg. But he wished to know what she meant to do. Would she go down to her father? Her mother, Lady St. Lou, was dead, and her father was an old man, or what? Would she come to Homburg too? When she read those words she laughed out loud. Then she sent for the Nav York Herald and looked for the Homburg notes. She found Miss Pimpernel-Schlee's name among the list of the newest arrivals. That evening she wrote to her husband, "Do not be too sure about me. Go to Homburg. I need rest and want to be alone. Perhaps I may go to quiet place in Switzerland with my maid. I 11 let know if leave town. Good, bye. Viola Holm." At first she had put only Viola. Then she added the second word. Viola alone suggested an intimacy which no longer existed between her and the man she had married. The next day Lord Holm crossed the Channel. She was left with the servants. Till then she had not been out of the house, but 2 days afterwards, swathed in a thick veil, she went for a drive in the park, and on returning from it found Sir Donald on the doorstep. He looked frailer than ever and very old. Lady Holm would have preferred to avoid him. Since that interview with her husband the idea of meeting anyone she knew terrified her. But he came at once to help her out of the carriage. Her face was invisible, but he knew her, and he greeted her in a rather shaky voice. She could see that he was deeply moved, and thanked him for his many inquiries. "But why are you still in London?" she said. "You are still in London," he replied. She was about to say goodbye on the doorstep, but he kept her hand in his and said, "Let me come in and speak to you for a moment." "Very well," she said. When they were in the drawing room she still kept the veil over her face, and remained standing. "Sir Donald," she said, "you cared for me, I know, you were fond of me." "Were," he answered. "Yes, were. I am no longer the woman you, other people, cared for." "If there is any change," he began. "I know. You are going to say it is not in the woman, the real woman. But I say it is. The change is in what, to men, is the real woman. This change has destroyed any feeling my husband may have had for me." "It could never destroy mine," Sir Donald said quietly. "Yes, it could, yours especially, because you are a worshipper of beauty, and Fritz never worshipped anything except himself. I am going to let you say goodbye to me without seeing me. Remember me as I was." "But, what do you mean? You speak as if you would no longer go into the world." "I go into the world. You haven't seen me, Sir Donald." She saw an expression of nervous apprehension come into his face as he glanced at her veil. "What are you going to do, then?" he said. "Don't know. I want a hiding place." She saw tears come into his old, faded eyes. "Hush," he said. "Don't a hiding place. I want to travel a long way off and be quite alone, and think, and see how I can go on, if I can go on." Her voice was quite steady. "If I could do something, anything for you," he murmured. "You fancy you are still speaking to the woman who sang, Sir Donald? Would you?" Suddenly he spoke with some eagerness. "You want to go away, to be alone?" "Yes, I must. Let me lend you Casa Felice." "Casa Felice?" She laughed. "To be sure, I was to baptize it, wasn't I? All that, will you have it for a while? But you are going there. Will not go. It is all ready. The servants are engaged. You will be perfectly looked after, perfectly comfortable. Let me feel I can do something for you. Try it. You will find beauty there, peace. And I shall be on the lake, not far off. Elle must be alone, she said wearily. You shall be. I will never come unless you send for me. Elle should never send for you or for anyone. She did not say then what she would do, but 3 days later she accepted Sir Donald's offer. And now she was alone in Casa Felice. She had not even brought her French maid, but had engaged an Italian. She was resolved to isolate herself with people who had never seen her as a beautiful woman. Chapter 19 Lady Holm never forgot that first evening at Casa Felice. The strangeness of it was greater than the strangeness of any nightmare. When she was shut up in her bedroom in London she had thought she realized all the meaning of the word loneliness. Now she knew that then she had not begun to realize it. For she had been in her own house, in the city which contained a troop of her friends, in the city where she had reigned. And although she knew that she would reign no more, she had not grasped the exact meaning of that knowledge in London. She had known a fact but not fully felt it. She had known what she now was but not fully felt what she now was. Even when Fritz, muttering almost terrified exclamations, had stumbled out of the bedroom, she had not heard the dull clamour of finality as she heard it now. She was an exile. She was an outcast among women. She was no longer a beautiful woman, she was not even a plain woman, she was a dreadful-looking human being. The Italian servants by whom she was surrounded suddenly educated her in the law of exact knowledge of herself and her present situation. Italians are the most charming of the nations, but Italians of the lower classes are often very unreserved in the display of their most fugitive sensations, their most passing moods. The men, especially when they are young, are highly susceptible to beauty in women. They are also, and the second emotion springs naturally enough from the first, almost childishly averse from female ugliness. It is a common thing in Italy to hear of men of the lower classes speak of a woman's plainness with brutality, with a manner almost of personal offence. They often shrink from personal ugliness as Englishmen seldom do, like children shrinking from something abnormal, a frightening dwarf, a spectre. Now that Lady Holm had reached the hiding place for which she had longed, she resolved to be brutal with herself. Till now she had almost perpetually concealed her disfigured face. Even her servants had not seen it. But in this lonely house, among these strangers, she knew that the inevitable moment was come when she must begin the new life, the terrible life that was henceforth to be hers. In her bedroom she took off her hat and veil, and without glancing into the glass she came downstairs. In the hall she met the butler. She saw him start. "Can I have tea?" she said, looking at him steadily. "Yes, Signora," he answered, looking down. "In the piazza, please." She went out through the open door into the piazza. The boy who had sung in the boat was there, watering some geraniums in pots. As she came out he glanced up curiously, at the same time pulling off his hat. When he saw her his mouth gaped, and an expression of pitiless repulsion came into his eyes. It died out almost instantaneously, and he smiled and began to speak about the flowers. But Lady Holm had received her education. She knew what she was to youth that instinctively loves beauty. She sat down in a cane chair. It seemed to her as if people were scourging her with thongs of steel, as if she were bleeding from the strokes. She looked out across the lake. The butler brought tea and put it beside her. She did not hear him come or go. Behind her the waterfall roared down between the cypresses. Before her the lake spread out its grey, humified surface. And this was the baptism of Casa Felice, her baptism into a new life. Her agony was the more intense because she had never been an intellectual woman, had never lived the inner life. Always she had depended on outward things. Always she had been accustomed to bustle, movement, excitement, perpetual intercourse with people who paid her homage. Always she had lived for the world, and worshipped, because she had seen those around her worshipping, the body. And now all was taken from her. Without warning, without a moment for preparation, she was cast down into hell. Even her youth was made useless to her. When she thought of that she began to cry, sitting there by the stone balustrade of the piazza, to cry convulsively. She remembered her pity for old age, for the monstrous loss it cannot cease from advertising. And now she, in her youth, had passed it on the road to the pit. Lady Cardington was a beautiful woman. She pitied herself bitterly because she was morbid, as many beautiful women are when they approach old age. But she was beautiful. She would always be beautiful. She might not think it, but she was still a power, could still inspire love. In her blanched face framed in white hair there was in TNLTH a wonderful attraction. Whiteness, Lady Holmes shuddered when she thought of whiteness, remembering what the glass had shown her. Fritz, his animal passion for her, his horror of her now, Miss Shelley, their petty, concealed strife, Rupert Carey's love, Leo Alfred's desire of conquest, his father's strange, pathetic devotion, winter falling at the feet of spring, figures and events from the panorama of her life now ended flickered through her almost numbed mind, while the tears still ran down her face. And Robin Pierce? As she thought of him more life quickened in her mind. Since her accident he had written to her several times, ardent, tender letters, recalling all he had said to her, recounting again his adoration of her for her nature, her soul, the essence of her, the woman in her, telling her that this terror which had come upon her only made her dearer to him, that, as she knew, he had impiously dared almost to long for it, as for an order of release that would take effect in the liberation of her TME self. These letters she had read, but they had not stiffed her. She had told herself that Robin did not know, that he was a self-deceiver, that he did not understand his own nature, which was allied to the nature of every living man. But now, seeking some, even the smallest solace in the intense agony of desolation that was upon her, she caught, in her bleeding woman's heart, at this hand stretched out from Rome. She got up, went to her bedroom, unlocked her dispatch box, took out these letters of Robin's. They had not stirred her, yet she had kept them. Now she came down once more to the piazza, sat by the tea-table, opened them, reread them, whispered them over again and again. Something she must have, some hand she must catch at it. She could not die in this freezing cold which she had never known, this cold that came out of the inferno, at whose cavern mouth she stood. And Robin said he was there, Robin said he was there. She did not love Robin. It seemed to her now that it would be grotesque for her to love any man. Her face was not meant for love. But as she read these ardent, romantic letters, written since the tragedy that had overtaken her, she began to ask herself, with a fierce anxiety, whether what Robin affirmed could be the truth. Was he unlike other men? Was his nature capable of a devotion of soul to another soul, of a devotion to which any physical ugliness, even any physical honor, would count as nothing? After that last scene with Fritz she felt as if he were no longer her husband, as if he were only a man who had fled from her in fear. She did not think any more of his rights, her duties. He had abandoned his rights. What duties could she have towards a man who was frightened when he looked at her? And indeed all the social and moral questions to which the average woman of the world pays, because she must pay, attention had suddenly ceased to exist for Lady Holm. She was no longer a woman of the world. All worldly matters had sunk down beneath her feet with her lost beauty. She had wanted to be free. Well, now she was surely free. Who would care what she did in the future? Robin said he was there. She thought that, unless she could feel that in world there was one man who wanted to take care of her, she must destroy herself. The thought grew in her as she sat there, till she said to herself, if it is TNLE what he says, perhaps I shall be able to live. If it is not true, she looked over the stone balustrade at the grey waters of the lake. Twilight was darkening over them. Late that evening, when she was sitting in the big drawing room staring at the floor, the butler came in with a telegram. She opened it and read, "Sir Donald has called me at Casa Felice, arrive tomorrow from Rome, Robin." No answer, she said. So he was coming, tomorrow. The awful sense of desolation lifted slightly from her. A human being was travelling to her, was wanting to see her. To see her. She shuddered. Then fiercely she asked herself why she was afraid. She would not be afraid. She would trust in Robin. He was unlike other men. There had always been in him something that set him apart, a strangeness, a romance, a love of hidden things, a subtlety. If only he would still care for her, still feel towards her as he had felt, she could face the future, she thought. They might be apart. That did not matter. She had no thought of a close connection, of frequent intercourse even. She only wanted desperately, frantically, to know that someone who had loved her could love her still in spite of what had happened. If she could retain one deep affection, she felt that she could live. The morrow would convince her. That night she did not sleep. She lay in bed and heard the water falling in the gorge, and when the dawn began to break she did a thing she had not done for a long time. She got out of knelt down and prayed to him who had dealt terribly with her that he would be merciful when Robin came. When it was daylight and the Italian maid knocked at her door, she told her to get out a plain, dark dress. She did her hair herself with the utmost simplicity. That at least was still beautiful. Then she went down and walked in the high garden above the lake. The greyness had lifted and the sky was blue. The mellowness rather than the sadness of autumn was apparent, throned on the tall mountains whose woods were bathed in sunshine. All along the great old wall, that soared 40 feet from the water, roses were climbing. Scarlet and white geraniums bloomed in discoloured ancient vases. Clumps of oleanders showed pink showers of blossoms. Tall bamboos reared their thin heads towards the tufted summits of palms that suggested Africa. Monstrous cypresses aspired, with a sort of haughty resignation, above their brother trees. The bees went to and fro. Flies circled and settled. Lizards glided across the warm stones and rustled into hiding among the ruddy fallen leaves. And always the white water sang in the gorge as it rushed towards the piazza of Casa Felice. And Lady Holm tried to hope. Yet, as she walked slowly to and fro amid the almost rank luxuriance of the garden, she was gnawed by a terrible anxiety. The dreadful humbleness, the shrinking cowardice of the unsightly human being invaded her. She strove to put them from her. She strove to call Robin's own arguments and assertions to her aid. What she had been she still was in all essentials. Herself was unharmed, existed, could love, hate, be tender, be passionate as before. Viola was there still within her, the living spirit to which a name had been given when she was a little child. The talent was there which had spoken, which could still speak, through her voice. The beating heart was there which could still speak through her actions. The mysteries of the soul still pursued their secret courses within her, like far-off subterranean streams. The essential part of her remained as it had been. Only a little outside bit of a framework had been twisted awry. Could that matter very much? Had she not perhaps been morbid in her despair, she determined to take courage. She told herself that if she allowed this dreadful, invading humbleness weigh in her, she would lose all power to dominate another by showing that she had ceased to dominate herself. If she met Robin in fear and trembling, she would actually teach him to despise her. If she showed that she thought herself changed, horrible, he would inevitably catch her thought and turn it to her own destruction. Men despise those who despise themselves. She knew that, and she argued with herself, fought with herself. If Robin loved the angel, surely he could still love. For if there were an angel within her, it had not been harmed. And she leaned on the stone wall and prayed again while the roses touched her altered face. It seemed to her then that courage was sent to her. She felt less terrified of what was before her, as if something had risen up within her upon which she could lean, as if her soul began to support the trembling, craven thing that would betray her, began to teach it how to be still. She did not feel happy, but she felt less desperately miserable than she had felt since the accident. After dinner she walked again in the garden. As the time drew near for Robin to arrive, the dreadful feverish anxiety of the early morning awoke again within her. She had not conquered herself. Again the thought of suicide came upon her, and she felt that her life or death were in the hands of this man whom yet she did not love. They were in his hands because he was a human being and she was one. There are straits in which the child of life, whom the invisible hand that is extended in a religion has not yet found, must find in the darkness a human hand stretched out to it or sink down in utter terror and perhaps perish. Lady Holm was in such a strait. She knew it. She said to herself quite plainly that if Robin failed to stretch out his hand to her she could not go on living. It was clear to her that her life or death depended upon whether he remained TNLE to what he had said was his ideal, or whether he proved false to it and showed himself such a man as Fritz, as 1,000 others. She sickened with anxiety as the moments passed. Now, leaning upon the wall, she began to scan the lake. Presently she saw the steamer approaching the landing stage of Crete on the opposite bank. The train from Rome had arrived. But Robin would doubtless come by boat. There was at least another hour to wait. She left the wall and walked quickly up and down, moving her hands and her lips. Now she almost wished he were not coming. She recalled the whole story of her acquaintance with Robin, his adoration of her when she was a girl, his wish to marry her, his melancholy when she refused him, his persistent affection for her after she had married Fritz, his persistent belief that there was that within her which Fritz did not understand and could never satisfy, his persistent obstinacy in asserting that he had the capacity to understand and content this hidden want. Was that true? Fritz had cared for nothing but the body, yet she had loved Fritz. She did not love Robin. Yet there was a feeling in her that if he proved true to his ideal now she might love him in the end. If only he would love her, after he knew. She heard a sound of oars. The blood rushed to her face. She drew back from the wall and hurried into her house. All the morning she had been making up her mind to go to meet Robin at once in the sunlight, to let him know all at once. But now, in terror, she went to her room. With trembling hands she pinned on a hat, she took out of a drawer the thick veil she wore when travelling and tied it tightly over her face. Panic seized her. There was a knock at the door, the announcement that a senior was waiting in the drawing room for the signora. Lady Holm felt an almost ungovernable sensation of physical nausea. She went to her dressing case and drank 1 or 2 burning drops of eau de cologne. Then she pulled down the veil under her chin and stood in the middle of the room for several minutes without moving. Then she went downstairs quickly and went quickly into the drawing room. Robin was there, standing by the window. He looked excited, with an excitement of happiness, and this gave to him an aspect of almost boyish youth. His long black eyes shone with eagerness when she came into the room. But when he saw the veil his face changed. "You don't TMST me," he said, without any greeting. She went up to him and put out her hand. "Robin," she said. "You don't trust me," he repeated. He took her hand. His was hot. "Robin, I'm a coward," she said. Her voice quivered. "Oh, my dearest," he exclaimed, melted in a moment. He took her other hand, and she felt his hands throbbing. His clasp was so ardent that it startled her into forgetting everything for one instant, everything that except these clasping hands loved her hands, loved her. That instant was exquisitely sweet to her. There was a stinging sweetness in it, a mystery of sweetness, as if their 4 hands were 4 souls longing to be lost in one another. "Now you'll trust me," he said. She released her hands and immediately her terror of doubt returned. "Let us go into the garden," she answered. He followed her to the path beside the wall. "Elle looked for you from here," she said. "I did not see you." no. When I heard the boat Robin, I'm afraid. Of me, Viola. He laughed joyously. Take off your veil, he said. No, not yet. I want to tell you first, to tell me what? That my, Robin, I'm not beautiful now. Her voice quivered again. You tell me so, he answered. It's you. I don't believe it. But she began, almost desperately, it's true, Robin, oh, it's true. When Fritz, she stopped. She was choking. Oh, Fritz, he said with scathing contempt. No, listen. You've got to listen. She put her hand on his arm. When Fritz saw me, afterwards he was afraid of me. He couldn't speak to me. He just looked and said, tears were running down behind the veil. He put up his hand to hers, which still touched his arm. Don't tell me what he said. What do I care? Viola, you know I've almost longed for this, no, not that, but, can't you understand that when one loves a woman one loves something hidden, something mystical? It's so much more than a face that one loves. One doesn't want to live in a house merely because it's got a nice front door. He laughed again as if he were half ashamed of his own feeling. Is that true, Robin? The sound of her voice told him that he need not be afraid to be passionate. Sit down here, he said. They had reached an old stone bench at the end of the garden where the woods began. Two cypresses towered behind it, sad-looking sentinels. There was a gap in the wall here through which the lake could be seen as one sat upon the bench. I want to make you understand, to make you trust me. She sat down without speaking, and he sat beside her. Viola, he said, there are many men who love only what they can see, and never think of the spirit behind it. They care only for a woman's body. For them the woman's body is the woman. I put it rather brutally. What they can touch, what they can kiss, what they can hold in their arms is all to them. They are unconscious of the distant, untamable woman, the lawless woman who may be free in the body that is captive, who may be unknown in the body that is familiar, who may even be pure in the body that is defiled, as she is immortal though her body is mortal. These men love the flesh only. But there are at least some men who love the spirit. They love the flesh, because it manifests the spirit, but to them the spirit is the real thing. They are always stretching out their arms to that. The hearth can't satisfy them. They demand the fire. The fire, he repeated, as if the word warned him. I've so often thought of this, imagined this. It's as if I'd actually foreseen it. He spoke with gathering excitement. What, she murmured. That someday the woman men, those men I've spoken of, loved would be STNLCK down, and the real woman, the woman of the TNLE beauty, the mystic, the spirit woman, would be set free. If this had not happened you could perhaps never have known who was the man that really loved you, that loved the real you, the you that lies so far beyond the flesh, the you that has sung and suffered, all, suffered, she said. But there was a note of something that was not sorrow in her voice. If you want to know the man I mean, Robin said, lift up your veil, Viola. She sat quite still for a moment that seemed very long. Then she put up both hands to her head, untied the veil and let it fall into her lap. He looked at her, and there was silence. They heard the bees humming. There were many among the roses on the wall. She had turned her face fully towards him, but she kept her eyes on the veil that lay in her lap. It was covered with little raised black spots. She began to count them. As the number mounted she felt her body turning gradually cold. Formed the words with her lips, striving to concentrate her whole soul upon this useless triviality. Little drops of moisture came out upon her temples. Still the silence continued. She knew that all this time Robin was looking into her face. She felt his eyes like two knives piercing her face. 21, 22, Viola. He spoke at last and his voice was extraordinary. It was husky, and sounded desperate and guilty. Well, she said, still looking at the spots. Now you know the man I spoke of. Yes, it was a desperate voice and hard in its desperation. You mean that you are the man? Still she did not look up. After a pause she heard him say, yes, that I am the man. Then she looked up. His face was scarlet, like a face flushed with guilt. His eyes met hers with a staring glance, yet they were furtive. His hands were clenched on his knees. When she looked at him he began to smile. Viola, he said, Viola. He unclenched his hands and put them out towards her, as if to take her hands. She did not move. Poor Robin, she said. Poor, but, what do you mean, he stammered. He never turned his eyes from her face. Poor, it isn't your fault. Then she put out her hand and touched his gently. My fault. That it was all a fancy, all a weaving of words. You want to be what you thought you were, but you can't be. You wrong, Viola, you utterly wrong. Hush, Robin. That woman you spoke of, that woman knows. He cleared his throat, got up, went over to the wall, leaned his arms upon it and hid his face on them. There were tears in his eyes. At that moment he was suffering more than she was. His soul was rent by an abject sense of loss, an abject sense of guilty impotence and shame. It was frightful that he could not be what he wished to be, what he had thought he was. He longed to comfort her and could not do anything but plunge a sword into her heart. He longed to surround her with tenderness, yes, he was sure he longed, but he could only hold up to her in the sun her loneliness. And he had lost, what had he not lost? A dream of years, an imagination that had been his inseparable and dearest companion. His loneliness was intense in that moment as was hers. The tears seemed to scald his eyes. In his heart he cursed God for not permitting him to be what he longed to be, to feel what he longed to feel. It seemed to him monstrous, intolerable, that even our emotions are arranged for us as are arranged the events of our lives. He felt like a doll, a horrible puppet. Poor old Robin. She was standing beside him, and in her voice there was, just for a moment, the sound that sometimes comes into a mother's voice when she speaks to her little child in the dark. At the moment when he knew he did not love the white angel she stood beside him. And she thought that she was only a wretched woman. Chapter 20. Robin had gone. He had gone, still protesting that Lady Holme was deceiving herself, protesting desperately, with the mistaken chivalry of one who was not only a gentleman to his fingertips but who was also an almost fanatical lover of his own romance. After recovering from the first shock of his disillusion, and her strange reception of it, so different from anything he could have imagined possible in her, or indeed in any woman who had lived as she had, he had said everything that was passionate, everything that fitted in with his old protestations when she was beautiful. He had spoken, perhaps, even more to recall himself than to convince her, but he had not succeeded in either effort, and a strange, mingled sense of tragic sadness and immense relief invaded him as the width of waterway grew steadily larger between his boat and Casa Felice. He could have wept for her and for himself. He could even have wept for humanity. Yet he felt the comf 01T of one from whom an almost intolerable strain has just been removed. To a man of his caliber, sensitive, almost feminine in his subtlety, the situation had been exquisitely painful. He had felt what Viola was feeling as well as what he was feeling. He had struggled like a creature taken in a net. And how useless it had all been. He found himself horribly inferior to her. Her behavior at this critical moment had proved to him that in his almost fantastic conception of her he had shown real insight. Then why had his heart betrayed his intellect? Why had his imagination proved TME metal, his affection false? He asked himself these questions. He searched his own nature, as many a man has done in moments when he has found himself unworthy. And he was met by mystery, by that was impossible for me, which stings the soul that would be strong. He remembered Carey's words that night in Half Moon Street when Sir Donald had accompanied him home after the dinner in Cadogan Square. Sir Donald had gone. He and Carey were alone, and he had said that if one loves the camel not the shell. And Carey had said, I think if the shell is a beautiful shell, and becomes suddenly broken, it makes a devil of a lot of difference in what most people think of the Colonel. And when he, Robin, had replied, it wouldn't to me, Carey had abruptly exclaimed, I'll think it would. After Carey had gone, Robin remembered very well saying to himself that it was strange no man will believe you if I hint at the TNLTHOFR self. That night he had not known his TME self and Carey had known it. But then, had he loved the shell only? He could not believe it. He felt bewildered. Even now, as the boat crept onward through the falling darkness, he felt that he loved Viola, but as someone who had disappeared or who was dead. This woman whom he had just left was not Viola. And yet she was. When he was not looking at her and she spoke to him, the past seemed to take the form of the present. When she had worn the veil and had touched him, all his pulses had leaped. But when she had touched him with those same hands after the veil had fallen, there had been frost in his veins. Nothing in his body had responded. The independence of the flesh appalled him. It had a mind of its own then. It chose and acted quite apart from the spirit which dwelt in it. It even defied that spirit. And the eyes? They had become almost a terror to him. He thought of them as a slave thinks of a cruel master. Were they to coerce his soul? Were they to force his health from its allegiance? He had always been accustomed to think that the spirit was essentially the governing thing in man, that indestructible, fierce, beautiful flame which surely outlives death and time. But now he found himself thinking of the flesh, the corruptible part of man that mingles its dust with the earth, as dominant over the spirit. For the first time, and because of his impotence to force his body to feel as his spirit wished it to feel, he doubted if there were a future for the soul, if there were such a condition as immortality. He reached Villa d'Este in a condition of profound depression, almost bordering on despair. Meanwhile Viola, standing by the garden wall, had watched the boat that carried Robin disappear on the water. Till it was only a speck she watched. It vanished. Evening came on. Still she stood there. She did not feel then sad. The strange, dreamlike sensation of the preceding day had returned to her, but with a larger vagueness that robbed it of some of its former poignancy. It seemed to her that she felt as a spirit might feel, detached. She remembered once seeing a man, who called himself an illusionist, displaying a woman's figure suspended apparently in mid-air. He took a wand and passed it over, under, around the woman to show that she was unattached to anything, that she did not rest upon anything. Viola thought that she was like that woman. She was not embittered. She was not even crushed. Her impulse of pity, when she understood what Robin was feeling, had been absolutely genuine. It had rushed upon her. It remained with her. But now it was far less definite, and embraced not only Robin but surely other men whom she had never known or even seen. They could not help themselves. It was not their fault. They were made in a certain way. They were governed. It seemed to her that she looked out vaguely over a world of slaves, the serfs of God who have never been emancipated. She had no hope. But just then she had no fear. The past did not ebb from her, nor did the future steal towards her. The tides were stilled. The pulses of life were stopped. Everything was wrapped in a cold, grey calm. She had never been a very thoughtful woman. She had not had much time for thought. That is what she herself would probably have said. Seldom had she puzzled her head over the mysteries of existence. Even now, when she confronted the great mystery of her own, she did not think very definitely. Before Robin came, her mind had been in a fever. Now that he was gone, the fever had gone with him. Would it ever return? She did not ask or wonder. The night fell and the servant came to summon her to dinner. She shook her head. The Signora will not eat anything. No, thank you. She took her arms from the wall and looked at the man. Could I have the boat? The Signora wishes to go on the lake. Yes. I will tell Paolo. 2 or 3 minutes later the boy who had sung came to say that the boat was ready. Lady Holm fetched a cloak, and went down the dark stone staircase between the lichen-covered walls to the tall iron gate. The boat was lying by the outer steps. She got in and Paolo took the oars. Where does the Signora wish to go? Anywhere out on the lake. He pushed off. Soon the noise of the waterfall behind Casa Felice died away, the spectral facade faded and only the plash of the oars and the tinkle of fishermen's bells above the nets, floating here and there in the lake, were audible. The distant lights of mountain villages gleamed along the shores, and the lights of the stars gleamed in the clear sky. Now that she was away from the land, Lady Holm became more conscious of herself and of life. The gentle movement of the boat promoted an echoing mental movement in her. Thoughts glided through the shadows of her soul as the boat glided through the shadows of the night. Her mind was like a pilgrim, wandering in the darkness cast by the soul. She felt, first, immensely ignorant. She had scarcely ever, perhaps never, consciously felt immensely ignorant before. She felt also very poor, very small and very dingy, like a woman very badly dressed. She felt, finally, that she was the most insignificant of all the living things under the stars to the stars and all they watched, but that, to herself, she was a forbumming, a flaming significance. There seemed to be bells everywhere in the lake. The water was full of their small, persistent voices. So had her former life been full of small, persistent voices, but now, abruptly, they were all struck into silence, and she was left listening, for what? For some far-off but larger voice beyond. What am I to do? What am I to do? Now she began to say this within herself. The grey calm was floating away from her spirit, and she began to realize what had happened that afternoon. She remembered that just before Robin came she had made up her mind that, though she did not love him, he held the matter of her life or death in his power. Well, if that were so, he had decided. The dice had been thrown and death had come up. No hand had been stretched out in the darkness to the child. She looked round her. On every side she saw smooth water, a still surface which hid depths. At the prow of the boat shone a small lantern, which cast before the boat an arrow of light. And as the boat moved, this arrow perpetually attacked the darkness in front. It was like the curiosity of man attacking the impenetrable mysteries of God. It seemed to penetrate, but always new darkness disclosed itself beyond, new darkness flowed silently around. Was the darkness the larger voice? She did not say this to herself. Her mind was not of the definite species that frames such silent questions often. But, like all human beings plunged in the strangeness of a terror that is absolutely new, and left to stnlggle in it quite alone, she thought 1,000 things that she did not even know she thought. Her mind touched many verges of which she was not aware. There were within her tremendous activities of which she was scarcely conscious. She was like a woman who wakes at night without knowing why, and hears afterwards that there was a tumult in the city where she dwelt. Gradually, along devious ways, she came to the thought that life had done with her. It seemed to her that life said to her, "Woman, what have I to do with thee?" The man who had sworn to protect her could not endure to look at her. The man who had vowed that he loved her soul shrank before her face. She had never been a friend to women. Why should they wish to be her friends now? They would not wish it. And if they did, she felt their friendship would be useless to her, more honourable. She would rather have shown her shattered face to 1,000 men than to 10 women. She had never bothered much about religion. No God seemed near her now. She had no sense of being chastened because she was loved. On the other hand, she did feel as if she had been caught by a torturer who did not mean to let her go. It became obvious to her that there was no place for her in life, and presently she returned to the conclusion that, totally unloved, she could not continue to exist. She began definitely to contemplate self-destruction. She looked at the little arrow of light beyond the boat's prow. Like that little arrow, she must go out into the darkness. When? Could she go tonight? If not, probably she could never go at all by her own will and act. It should be done tonight then, abruptly, without much thought. For thought is dangerous and often paralyzing. She spoke to the boat boy. He answered. They fell into conversation. She asked him about his family, his life, whether he would have to be a soldier, whether he had a sweetheart. She forced herself to listen attentively to his replies. He was a responsive boy and soon began to talk volubly, letting the oars trail idly in the water. With energy he paraded his joyous youth before her. Even in his touches of melancholy there was hope. His happiness confirmed her in her resolution. She put herself in contrast with this boy and her heart sank below the sources of tears into a dry place, like the Valley of Bones. Will you turn towards Casa Feli, towards the house now, she said presently. The boat swung round, and instantly the boy began to sing. Yes, I can do it tonight, she thought. His happy singing entered like iron into her soul. When the pale facade of Casa Feliz was visible once more, detaching itself from the surrounding darkness, she said to the boy carelessly, "Where do you put the boat at night?" "The Signora has not seen." "No." "Under the house. There is deep water there. One can swim for 5 minutes without coming out into the open. I should like to see that place. Can I get out of the boat there?" "Si, Signora. There is a staircase leading into the piazza by the waterfall." "Then row in." "Si, Signora." He was beginning to sing again, but suddenly he stopped, looked over his shoulder and listened. "What is it?" she asked quickly. "There is a boat, Signora." "Where?" She looked into the darkness but saw nothing. "Close to the house, Signora." "But how do you know?" "I heard the oars." The man in the boat was not rowing, but just as I began to sing he began to row. When I stopped singing he stopped rowing. "You didn't see the boat?" "No, Signora. It carries no light." He looked at her mysteriously. "It may be the contrabandiers. Smugglers." "Yes." He turned his head over his shoulder and whistled, in a peculiar way. There was no reply. Then he bent down over the gunwale of the boat till his ear nearly touched the water, and listened. "The boat has stopped. It must be near us." His whole body seemed quivering with attentive life, like a terrier's when it stands to be unchained. "Might it not be a fisherman?" asked Lady Holm. He shook his head. "This is not the hour. Some tourists, perhaps, making an excursion. It is too far. They never come here at night." His eyes stared, his attitude was so intensely alert and his manner so mysterious that, despite her desperate preoccupation, Lady Holm found herself distracted for a moment. Her mind was detached from herself, and fixed upon this hidden boat and its occupant or occupants. "You think it is contraband, Cherry?" she whispered. He nodded. "I have been one, Signora." "Yes, when I was a boy, in the winter. Once, when we were running for the shore, on a December night, the Carabinieri fired on us and killed Gaetano Cremona." "Your companion?" "Yes. He was 16 and he died. The boat was full of his blood." She shuddered. "Row in," she said. "That boat must have gone." "Non, Signora. It has not. It is close by and the oars are out of the water. He spoke with certainty, as if he saw the boat. Then, reluctantly, he dipped his oars in the lake, and rowed towards the house, keeping his head half turned and staring into the darkness with eyes that were still full of mystery and profound attention. Lady Holm looked over the water too, but she saw nothing upon its calm surface. "Go into the boat-house," she said. Paolo nodded without speaking. His lips were pained. "Kyla," she heard him whisper to himself. They were close to the house now. Its high, pale front, full of shuttered windows, loomed over them, and the roar of the waterfall was loud in their ears. Paolo turned the boat towards his right, and, almost directly, Lady Holm saw a dark opening in the solid stone blocks on which the house was built. The boat glided through it into cover, and the arrow of light at the prow pierced ebon blackness, while the plash of the oars made a curious sound, full of sudden desolation and weariness. A bat flitted over the arrow of light and vanished, and the head of a swimming rat was visible for a moment, pursued by a wrinkle on the water. "How dark it is here," Lady Holm said in a low voice. "And what strange noises there are." There was tenor in the sound of the waterfall heard under this curving roof of stone. It sounded like a quantity of disputing voices, quarrelling in the blackness of the night. The arrow of light lay on a step, and the boat's prow grated gently against a large ring of rusty iron. "And you tie up the boat here at night?" she asked as she got up. "Si, Signora." While she stood on the step, close to the black water, he passed the rope through the ring, and tied it deftly in a loose knot that any backward movement of the boat would tighten. She watched with profound attention his hands moving quickly in the faint light cast by the lantern. "How well you tie it," she said. He smiled. "Si, Signora." "Is it easy to untie?" "Si, Signora." "Show me, will you?" It holds so well that I should have thought it would be difficult." He looked up at her with a flash of surprise. Something in her voice had caught his young attention sharply. She smiled at him when she saw the keen inquiry in his large eyes. "I'm interested in all these little things you do so well," she said. He flushed with pride, and immediately untied the knot, carefully, showing her exactly how he did it. "Thank you. I see. It's very ingenious." "Si, Signora. I can do many things like that." "You are a clever boy, Paolo." He tied the knot again, unhooked the lantern, jumped out of the boat, and lighted her up the staircase to a heavy wooden door. In another moment she stood on the piazza close to the waterfall. The cold spray from it fell on her face. He pushed the door to, but did not lock it. "You leave it like that at night?" she asked. "Non, Signora. Before I go to bed I lock it." "I see." She saw a key sticking out from the door. "And Versailles, Paolo." "And Versailles, Signora." He took off his hat and went swiftly away. The light of the lantern danced on the pavement of the piazza, and, for one instant, on the white foam of the water falling between the cypresses. When Viola was alone on the piazza she went to the stone balustrade and looked over it at the lake. Was there a boat close by? She could not see it. The chiming bells of the fishermen came up to her, mingling with the noise of the cascade. She took out her watch and held it up close to her eyes. The hour was 9:30. She wondered what time Italian servants went to bed. The butler came out and begged to know if she would not eat something. He seemed so distressed at her having missed dinner, that she went into the house, sat down at the dining table and made a pretense of eating. A clock struck 10 as she finished. "It is so warm that I am going to sit out in the piazza," she said. "Will the Signora take coffee?" "No, yes, bring me some there. And tell my maid, tell the servants they needn't sit up. I may stay out quite late. If I do, I'll lock the door onto the piazza when I go in." "Si, Signora." When she reached the piazza, she saw a shining red spark just above the balustrade. Paolo was there smoking a black cigar and leaning over sideways. "What are you looking for?" she asked. "That boat, Signora. It has not gone." "How do you know?" "It may have gone when we were in the boathouse." He shook his head. "You could not have heard the oars through the noise of the waterfall." "Sigh, Signora. It has not gone." "Shall I take the boat?" "And no," she interrupted quickly. "What does it matter? Go and have supper." "I have had it, Signora." "Then, when you have finished smoking, you'd better go to bed." She forced herself to smile lightly. "Boys like you need plenty of sleep." 4 hours is enough, Signora." "No, no. You should go to bed early." She saw an odd expression come into his face. He looked over at the water, then at her, with a curious dawning significance, that would almost have been impudent if it had not been immensely young and full of a kind of gnomish sympathy. "I'll go to bed, Signora," he said. Then he looked at her again and there were doubt and wonder in his eyes. She turned away, with a sickness at her hilt. She knew exactly what he had thought, was thinking. The suspicion had crossed his mind that she knew why the hidden boat was there, that she wished no one else to suspect why it was there. And then had followed the thought, "Ma, per questa signora, non è possibile." At certain crises of feeling, a tiny incident will often determine some vital act. So it was now. The fleeting glance in a carelessly expressive boy's eyes at this moment gave to Lady Holmes' mind the last touch it needed to acquire the impetus which would carry it over the edge of the precipice into the abyss. The look in Paolo's eyes said to her, "Life has done with you. Throw it away." And she knew that though she had thought she had already decided to throw it away that night, she had really not decided. Secretly she had been hesitating. Now there was no more hesitation in her. She drank her coffee and had the cup taken away, and ordered the lights in the drawing room to be put out. "When I come in I shall go straight up to bed," she said. "Leave me a candle in the hall." The lights went out behind the windows. Blank darkness replaced the yellow gleam that had shone upon them. The 2 houses on either side of the piazza were wrapped in silence. Presently there was a soft noise of feet crossing the pavement. It was Paolo going to lock the door leading to the boathouse. Lady Holmes moved round sharply in her chair to watch him. He bent down. With a swift turn of his brown wrists he secured the door and pulled the key out of the lock. She opened her lips to call out something to him, but when she saw him look at the key doubtfully, then towards her, she said nothing. And he put it back into the keyhole. When he did that she sighed. Perhaps a doubt had again come into his young mind. But, if so, it had come too late. He slipped away smiling, half ironically, to himself. Lady Holmes sat still. She had wrapped a white cloth cloak round her. She put up her hand to the disfigured side of her face, and touched it, trying to see its disfigurement as the blind see, by feeling. She kept her hand there, and her hand recognized ugliness vividly. After 2 or 3 minutes she took her hand away, got up and walked to and fro in the piazza, very near to the balustrade. Now she was thinking fiercely. She thought of Fritz. What would he feel when he knew? Shocked for a moment, no doubt. After all, they had been very close to each other, in body at least, if not in soul. And the memory of the body would surely cause him to suffer a little, to think, "I held it often, and now it is sodden and cold." At least he must think something like that, and his body must shudder in sympathy with the catastrophe that had overtaken its old companion. She felt a painful yearning to see Fritz again. Yet she did not say to herself that she loved him any more. Even before the accident she had begun to realize that she had not found in Fritz the face of TNLTH among the crowd of shams which all women seek, ignorantly or not. And since the accident, There are things that kill even a woman's love abruptly. And for a dead love there is no resurrection. Yet tonight she felt infinitely tender over Fritz, as if she stood by him again and saw the bandage darkened by the red stain. Then she thought of the song she had sung to Lady Cardington, the song which had surely opened the eyes of her own drowsy, if not actually sleeping, heart, Lutco al mondo e vano, nel un plus all minus dolcezza. It was horribly true to her tonight. She could imagine now, in her utter desolation, that for love a woman could easily sacrifice the world. But she had had the world, all she called the world, ruthlessly taken from her, and nothing had been given to her to fill its place. Possibly before the accident she might have recoiled from the idea of giving up the world for love. But now, as she walked to and fro, it seemed to her as if a woman isolated from everything with love possessed the world and all that is therein. Vaguely she remembered the story she had heard about this very house, Casa Felice. There had been a romance connected with it. Two lovers had fled here, had lived here for a long time. She imagined them now, sitting together at night in this piazza, hearing the waterfall together, looking at the calm lake together, watching the stars together. The sound of the water was terrible to her. To them how beautiful it must have been, how beautiful the light of the stars, and the lonely gardens stretching along the lake, and the dim paths between the cypresses, and the great silence that floated over the lake to listen to the waterfall. And all these things were terrible to her, all. Not one was beautiful. Each one seemed to threaten her, to say to her, "Leave us, we are not for such as you." Well, she would obey these voices. She would go. She wrapped the cloak more closely round her, went to the balustrade and leaned over it looking at the water. It seemed to her as if her life had been very trivial. She thought now that she had never really enjoyed anything. She looked upon her life as if it were down there in the water just beneath her, and she saw it as a broken thing, a thing in many fragments. And the fragments, however carefully and deftly arranged, could surely never have been fitted together and become a complete whole. Everything in her life had been awry as her face was now, and she had not realized it. Her love for Fritz, and his, what he had called his, at least, for her, had seemed to her once to be a round and beautiful thing, a circle of passion without a flaw. How distorted, misshapen, absurd it had really been. Nothing in her life had been carried through to a definite end. Even her petty struggle with Miss Schley had been left unfinished. Those who had loved her had been like spectres, and now, like spectres, had faded away. And all through their spectral love she had clung to Fritz. She had clasped the sand like a mad woman, and never felt the treacherous grains shifting between her arms at the touch of every wind. A sudden passionate fury of longing woke in her to have 1 week, 1 day, 1 hour of life, 1 hour of life now that her eyes were open, 1 moment only, even 1 moment. She felt that she had had nothing, that every other human being must have known the dolcezza, the ineffable, the mysterious ecstasy, the one and only thing worth the having, that she alone had been excluded, when she was beautiful, from the participation in joy that was her right, and that now, in her ugliness, she was irrevocably cast out from it. It was unjust. Suddenly she faced a God without justice in his heart, all-powerful and not just. She faced such a God and she knew hell. Swiftly she turned from the balustrade, went to the door by the waterfall, unlocked it and descended the stone staircase. It was then dark. She had to feel her way. When she reached the last step she could just see the boat lying against it in the black water. She put out her hand and felt for the ring through which the rope was slipped. The rope was wet. It took her some minutes to undo it. Then she got into the boat. Her eyes were more accustomed to the darkness now, and she could see the arched opening which gave access to the lake. She found the oars, pushed them into the rowlocks, and pulled gently to the opening. The boat snlck against the wall and grated along it. She stood up and thrust one hand against the stone, leaning over to the side. The boat went away swiftly, and she nearly fell into the water, but managed to save herself by a rapid movement. She sank down, feeling horribly afraid. Yet, a moment after, she asked herself why she had not let herself go. It was too dark there under the house. Out in the open air it would be different, it would be easier. She wanted the stars above her. She did not know why she wanted them, why she wanted anything now. The boat slipped out from the low archway into the open water. It was a pale and delicate night, one of those autumn nights that are full of a white mystery. A thin mist lay about the water, floated among the lower woods. Higher up, the mountains rose out of it. Their green sides looked black and soft in the starlight, their summits strangely remote and inaccessible. Through the mist, here and there, shone faintly the lights of the scattered villages. The bells in the water were still ringing languidly, and their voices emphasized the pervading silence, a silence full of the pensive melancholy of nature in decline. Viola rowed slowly out towards the middle of the lake. Awe had come upon her. There seemed a mystical presence in the night, something far away but attentive, a mind concentrated upon the night, upon nature, upon herself. She was very conscious of it, and it seemed to her not as if eyes, but as if a soul were watching her and everything about her, the stars and the mountains, the white mist, even the movement of the boat. This concentrated, mystical attention oppressed her. It was like a soft, impalpable weight laid upon her. She rowed faster. But now it seemed to her as if she were being followed. Casa Felice had already disappeared. The shore was hidden in the darkness. She could only see vaguely the mountain tops. She paused, then dipped the oars again, but again, after 2 or 3 strokes, she had the sensation that she was being followed. She recalled Paolo's action when they were returning to Casa Felice in the evening, leaned over the boat's side and put her ear close to the water. When she did so she heard the plash of oars, rhythmical, steady, and surely very near. For a moment she listened. Then a sort of panic seized her. She remembered the incident of the evening, the hidden boat, Paolo's assertion that it was waiting near the house, that it had not gone. He had said, too, that the unseen rower had begun to row when he began to sing, had stopped rowing when he stopped singing. A conviction came to her that this same rower is now following her. But why? Who was it? She knew nobody on the lake, except Robin. And no, it could not be Robin. The ash of the oars became more distinct. Her unreasoning fear increased. With the mystical attention of the great and hidden mind was now blent a crude human attention. She began to feel really terrified, and, seizing her oars, she pulled frantically towards the middle of the lake. Out of the darkness it came. Viola! She stopped and began to tremble. Be calling her by name, here, in the night? She heard the sound of oars plainly now. Then she saw a thing like a black shadow. It was the prow of an advancing boat. She sat quite still, with her hands on the oars. The boat came on till she could see the figure of one man in it, standing up, and rowing, as the Italian boatmen do when they are alone, with his face set towards the prow. A few strong strokes and it was beside her, and she was looking into Rupert Carey's eyes. Chapter 21. She sat still without saying anything. It seemed to her as if she were on the platform at Manchester House singing the Italian song. Then the disfigured face of Carey, disfigured by vice as hers now by the accident, had become as nothing to her. She had seen only his eyes. She saw only his eyes now. He remained standing up in the faint light with the oars in his hands looking at her. Round about them tinkled the bells above the nets. You heard me call, he said at last, almost roughly. She nodded. How did you, she began, and stopped. I was there this evening when you came in. I heard your boy singing. I was under the shadow of the woods. Why? All this time she was gazing into Carey's eyes, and had not seen in them that he was looking, for the first time, at her altered face. She did not realize this. She did not remember that her face was altered. The expression in his eyes made her forget it. "El wanted something of you." He let the oars go, and sat down on the little seat. They were close to each other now. The sides of the boats touched. He did not answer her question. "I know I've no business to speak to you," he said. "No business to come after you. I know that. But I was always a selfish, violent, headlong brute, and it seems I can't change. But what do you want with me?" Suddenly she remembered, put her hands up to her face with a swift gesture, then dropped them again. What did it matter now? He was the last man who would look upon her in life. And now that she remembered her own condition, she saw his. She saw the terror of his life in his marred features, aged, brutalized by excess. She saw, and was glad for a moment, as if she met someone unexpectedly on her side of the stream of fate. Let him look upon her. She was looking upon him. "What do you want?" she repeated. "I want a savior," he said, staring always straight at her, and speaking without tenderness. A savior. For a moment she thought of the Bible, of religion, then of her sensation that she had been caught by a torturer who would not let her go. "Have you come to me because you think I can tell you of Savior?" she said. And she began to laugh. "But don't you see me?" she exclaimed. "Don't you see what I am now?" Suddenly she felt angry with him because his eyes did not seem to see the dreadful change in her appearance. "Don't you think I want a savior too?" she exclaimed. "I don't think about you," he said with a sort of deliberate brutality. "I think about myself. Men generally do when they come to women. Or go away from them," she said. She was thinking of Robin then, and Fritz. "Did you know Robin Pierce was here today?" she asked. "Yes. I saw him leave you." "You saw, but how long have you been watching?" "A long time." "Where do you come from?" He pointed towards the distant lights behind her and before him. "Opposite. I was to have stayed with Alfred in Casa Felice. I'm staying with him over there." "With Sir Donald?" "Yes. He's ill. He wants somebody." "Sir Donald's afraid of me now," she said, watching him closely. "Him to live with his memory of me. Will he do that?" "One told I think he will." "Poor old chap. He's had hard, they've made him afraid of life." "Why didn't you keep your memory of me?" she said, with sudden nervous anger. "You too? If you hadn't come tonight it would never have been destroyed." Her extreme tension of the nerves impelled her to an exhibition of fierce bitterness which she could not control. She remembered how he had loved her, with what violence and almost crazy frankness. Why had he come? He might have remembered her as she was. "I hate you for coming," she said, almost under her breath. "El don't care. I had to come." "Why?" "Why? I told you. I want a savior. I'm down in the pit. I can't get out. You can see that for yourself." "Yes," she answered, "I can see that. Give me a hand, Viola, and you'll make me do something I've never done, never been able to do." "What?" she half whispered. "Believe there's a God, who cares." She drew in her breath sharply. Something warm surged through her. It was not like fire. It was more like the warmth that comes from a warm hand laid on a cold one. It surged through her and went away like a traveling flood. "What are you saying?" she said in a low voice. "You are mad to come here tonight, to say this to me tonight." "No. It's just tonight it had to be said." Suddenly she resolved to tell him. He was in the pit. So was she. Well, the condemned can be frank with one another, though all the free have to practice subterfuge. "You don't know," she said, and her voice was quiet now. "You don't know why it was mad of you to come tonight. I'll tell you. I've come out here and I'm not going back again. He kept his eyes on hers, but did not speak. "I'm going to stay out here," she said. And she let her hand fall over the side of the boat till her fingers touched the water. "No," he said. "You can't do that." "Yes. I shall do it. I want to hide my face in the water." "Give me a hand first, Viola." Again the warmth went through her. "Nobody else can." "And you've looked at me," she said. There was a profound amazement in her voice. "It's only when I look at you," he said, "that I know there are stars somewhere beyond the pit's mouth." "When you look at me, now?" "Yes." "But you are blind then," she said. "Or are the others blind?" he asked. Instinctively, really without knowing what she did, she put up her hand to her face, touched it, and no longer felt that it was ugly. For a moment it seemed to her that her beauty was restored. "What do you see?" she asked. But it's so dark here." "Not too dark to see a helping hand, if there is one," he answered. And he stretched out his arm into her boat and took her right hand from the oar it was holding. "And there is one," he added. She felt a hand that loved her hand, and there was no veil over her face. How strange that was! How utterly impossible it seemed! Yet it was so. No woman can be deceived in the touch of a hand on hers. If it loves, she knows. "What are you going to do, Viola?" "I don't know." There was a sound almost of shame, a humble sound, in her voice. "I can't do anything," she murmured. "You would know that tomorrow, in sunlight." "Tomorrow I'll come in sunlight." No, I shall not be there." "Elle shall come." "Oh. Good night," she said. She began to feel extraordinarily, terribly excited. She could not tell whether it was an excitement of horror, of joy, what it was. But it mounted to her brain and rushed into her heart. It was in her veins like an intoxicant, and in her eyes like fire, and thrilled in her nerves and beat in her arteries. And it seemed to be an excitement full of passionate contradictions. She was at the same time like a woman on a throne and a woman in the dust, radiant as one worshipped, bowed as one beaten. Good night," she repeated, scarcely knowing what she said. Her hand struggled in his hand. "Viola, if you destroy yourself you destroy two people." She scarcely heard him speaking. "Do you understand?" No. Not tonight. I can't understand anything tonight." "Then tomorrow." "Yes, tomorrow." He would not let go her hand, and now his was arbitrary, the hand of a master rather than of a lover. "You won't dare to murder me," he said. "Murder? What do you mean?" He had used the word to arrest her attention, which was wandering almost as the attention of a madwoman wanders. "If you hide your face in the water I shall never see those stars above the pit's mouth. I can't help it, I can't help anything. It's not my fault, it's not my fault. It will be your fault. It will be your crime. Your hand is driving me mad," she gasped. She meant it, felt that it was so. He let her go instantly. She began to row back towards Casa Felice. And now that mystical attention of which she had been conscious, that soul watching the night, her in the night, was surely profounder, watched with more intensity as a spectator bending down to see a struggle. Never before had she felt as if beyond human life there was life compared with which human life was as death. And now she told herself that she was mad, that this shock of human passion coming suddenly upon her loneliness had harmed her brain, that this cry for salvation addressed to one who looked upon herself as destroyed had deafened reason within her. His boat kept up with hers. She did not look at him. Casa Felice came in sight. She pulled harder, like a mad creature. Her boat shot under the archway into the darkness. Somehow, how, she did not know, she guided it to the steps, left it, NLSHED up the staircase in the dark and came out onto the piazza. There she stopped where the waterfall could cast its spray upon her face. She stayed till her hair and cheeks and hands were wet. Then she went to the balustrade. His boat was below and he was looking up. She saw the tragic mask of his face down in the thin mist that floated about the water, and now she imagined him in the pit, gazing up and seeking those stars in which he still believed though he could not see them. "Go away," she said, not knowing why she said it or if she wished him to go, only knowing that she had lost the faculty of self-control and might say, do, be anything in that moment. "Elle can't bear it." She did not know what she meant she could not bear. He made a strange answer. He said, "If you will go into the house, open the windows and sing to me, the last song I heard you sing, I'll go. But tomorrow I'll come and touch my helping hand, and after tomorrow, and every day." "Sing," she said vacantly. "Tonight. Go into the house. Open the window. I shall hear you." He spoke almost sternly. She crossed the piazza slowly. A candle was burning in the hall. She took it up and went into the drawing room, which was in black darkness. There was a piano in it, close to a tall window which looked onto the lake. She set the candle down on the piano, went to the window, unbarred the shutter. Sound through the window open. Instantly she heard the sound of oars as Carey sent his boat towards the water beneath the window. She drew back, went again to the piano, sat down, opened it, put her hands on the keys. How could she sing? But she must make him go away. While he was there she could not think, could not grip herself, could not. She struck a chord. The sound of music, the doing of a familiar action, had a strange effect upon her. She felt as if she recovered clear consciousness after an anesthetic. She struck another chord. What did he want? The conceit, that song. Her fingers found the prelude, her lips the poetry, her voice the music. And then suddenly her heart found the meaning, more than the meaning, the eternal meanings of the things unutterable, the things that lie beyond the world in the deep souls of the women who are the saviours of men. When she had finished she went to the window. He was still standing in the boat and looking up, with the whiteness of the mist about him. "When you sing I can see those stars," he said. "Do you understand?" She bent down. "I don't know, I don't think I understand anything," she whispered. "But, I'll try, I'll try to live." Her voice was so faint, such an inward voice, that it seemed impossible he could have heard it. But he struck the oars at once into the water and sent the boat out into the shadows of the night. And she stood there looking into the white silence, which was broken only by the faint voices of the fishermen's bells, and said to herself again and again, like a wondering child, "There must be a God, there must be a God who cares." Epilogue. In London during the ensuing winter people warmly discussed, and many of them warmly condemned, a certain Italian episode, in which a woman and a man, once well known and, in their very different ways, widely popular in society, were the actors. In the deep autumn Sir Donald Alford had died rather suddenly, and it was found in his will that he had left his newly acquired property, Casa Felice, to Lady Holm, who, as everybody had long ago discovered, was already living there in strict retirement, while her husband was amusing himself in various continental towns. This legacy was considered by a great number of persons to be a very strange one, but it was not this which caused the gossip now flitting from boudoir to boudoir and from club to club. It had become known that Rupert Carey, whose unfortunate vice had been common talk ever since the Uckle House ball, was a perpetual visitor to Casa Felice, and presently it was whispered that he was actually living there with Lady Holm, and that Lord Holm was going to apply to the courts for a divorce. Thereupon many successful ladies began to wag bitter tongues. It seemed to be generally agreed that the affair was rendered peculiarly disgraceful by the fact that Lady Holm was no longer a beautiful woman. If she had still been lovely they could have understood it. The wildest rumours as to the terrible result of the accident upon her had been afloat, and already she had become almost a legend. It was stated that when poor Lord Holm had first seen her, after the operation, the shock had nearly tumbled his brain. and now it was argued that the only decent thing for a woman in such a plight to do was to preserve at least her dignity, and to retire modestly from the fray in which she could no longer hope to hold her own. That she had indeed retired, but apparently with a man, roused much pious scorn and pinched regret in those whose lives were passed amid the crash of broken commandments. One day, at a tea, a certain Lady Anna adverted strongly upon Lady Holmes' conduct, and finally remarked it's grotesque. A woman who is disfigured, and a man who is, or at any rate was, a drunkard. Really, it's the most disgusting thing I ever heard of. Lady Cardington happened to be in the room and she suddenly flushed. Don't think we know very much about it, she said, and her voice was rather louder than usual. But Lord Holm is going to, began the lady who had been speaking. He may be, and he may succeed. But my sympathies are not with him. He left his wife when she needed him. But what could he have done for her? He could have loved her, said Lady Cardington. The flush glowed hotter in the face that was generally as white as ivory. There was a moment of silence in the room. Then Lady Cardington, getting up to go, added, "Whatever happens, I shall admire Mr. Carey as long as I live, and I wish there were many more men like him in the world." She went out, leaving a tense astonishment behind her. Her romantic heart, still young and ardent, though often aching with sorrow, and always yearning for the ideal love that it had never found, had divined the truth these chattering women had not imagination enough to conceive of, soul enough to appreciate if they had conceived of it. In that Italian winter, far away from London, a very beautiful drama of human life was being enacted, not the less but the more beautiful because the man and woman who took part in it had been scourged by fate, had suffered cruel losses, were in the eyes of many who had known them well pariahs. Rupert Carey through his fault, Lady Holm through her misfortune. Long ago, at the Uckle House ball, Lady Holm had said to Robin Pierce that if Rupert Carey had the chance she could imagine him doing something great. The chance was given him now of doing one of the greatest things a human being can do, of winning a soul that is in despair back to hope, of winning a heart that is skeptical of love back to belief in love. It was a great thing to do, and Carey set about doing it in a strange way. He cast himself down in his degradation at the feet of this woman whom he was resolved to help, and he said, "Help me." He came to this woman who was on the brink of self-destruction and he said, "Teach me to live." It was a strange way he took, but perhaps he was right, perhaps it was the only way. The words he spoke at midnight on the lake were as nothing. His eyes, his acts in sunlight the next day, and day after day, were everything. He forced Viola to realize that she was indeed the only woman who could save him from the vice he had become the slave of, lift him up out of that pit in which he could not see the stars. At first she could not believe it, or could believe it only in moments of exaltation. Lord Holm and Robin Pierce had rendered her terrified of life and of herself in life. She was inclined to cringe before all humanity like a beaten dog. There were moments, many moments at first, when she cringed before Rupert Carey. But his eyes always told her the same story. They never saw the marred face, but always the white angel. The soul in them clung to that, asked to be protected by that. And so, at last, the white angel, one hides somewhere surely in every woman, was released. There were sad, horrible moments in this drama of the Italian winter. The lonely house in the woods was a witness to painful, even tragic, scenes. Viola's love for Rupert Carey was reluctant in its dawning and he could not rise at once, or easily, out of the pit into the full starlight to which he aspired. After the death of Sir Donald, when the winter set in, he asked her to let him live in the house on the opposite side of the piazza from the house in which she dwelt. They were people of the world, and knew what the world might say, but they were also human beings in distress, and they felt as if they had passed into a region in which the meaning of the world's voices was lost, as the cry of an angry child is lost in the vastness of the desert. She agreed to his request, and they lived thus, innocently, till the winter was over and the spring came to bring to Italy its radiance once more. Even the spring was not an idol. Rupert Carey had struggled upward, but Viola, too, had much to forget and very much to learn. The egoist, spoken of by Carey himself one night in Half Moon Street, was slow to fade in the growing radiance that played about the angel's feet. But it knew, and Carey knew also, that it was no longer fine enough in its brilliant selfishness to stand quite alone. With the death of the physical beauty there came a modesty of heart. With the understanding, bitter and terrible as it was, that great, conquering outward thing was destroyed, came the desire, the imperious need, to find and to develop if possible the inner things which, perhaps, conquer less easily, but which retain their conquests to the end. There was growth in Casa Felice, slow but stubborn, growth in the secret places of the soul, till there came a time when not merely the white angel, but the whole woman, angel and that which had perhaps been devil too, was able to accept the yoke laid upon her with patience, was able to say, "I can endure it bravely." Lord Holm presently took his case to the courts. It was undefended and he won it. Not long ago Viola Holm became Viola Carey. When Robin Pierce heard of it in Rome he sat for a long time in deep thought. Even now, even after all that had passed, he felt a thrill of pain that was like the pain of jealousy. He wished for the impossible, he wished that he had been born with his friend's nature, that, instead of the man who could only talk of being, he were the man who could be. And yet, in the past, he had sometimes surely defended Viola against Carey's seeming condemnation. He had defended and not loved, but Carey had judged and loved. Carey had judged and loved, yet Carey had said he did not believe in a God. Robin wondered if he believed now. Robin was in Rome, and could not hear the words of a man and a woman who were sitting one night, after the marriage, upon a piazza above the Lake of Como. The man said, "Do you remember Robin's danseuse de Tunisie? The woman with the fan?" "Yes. I see her now without the fan. With it she was a siren, perhaps, but without it she is, what is she without it? Eternal woman. Ah, how much better than the siren." There was a silence filled only by the voice of the waterfall between the cypresses. Then the woman spoke, rather softly. "You taught her what she could be without the fan. You have done the great thing. And do you know what you have done? Yes. You have taught me to see the stars and to feel the soul beyond the stars." "No, it was not I." Again there was a silence. Then the man said, "No, thank God, it was not you."